and all of that. And that was also obviously pushed by, the media and movies. You'll see this,
True.
swerve guys and ladies, and we all wanted to be that. But I think that the direction, if we really want to build the economy of the country, we have to also change the perception around particular skills. I mean, we need welders, we need bricklayers, we need plumbers, we need people who are knowledgeable in electricity. One of the members of parliament yesterday was arguing that the skills deficit in ESCOM, for instance, is part of what causes the crisis. So we need people who understand electricity, and it means people will have to wear blue overalls, because that's the direction within which that is going. And I think the beauty of it is most of these technicians and artisans that we're producing from our TVET colleges actually far much better than some of the traditional professions, and are almost immediately employable. And so I think that kind of a drive is going to be important. But lastly, I mean, one of the key things with there's a move towards green hydrogen, meaning that we want to use hydrogen as a source of energy, and that the production of that hydrogen has to be clean. And so, companies such as Sasol have been in the drive for that. Also within the public sector, through our department, the Department of Science and Innovation, we've been supporting both at small and bigger scale production of hydrogen energy. But what the Department of Higher Education and Training has done was, for instance, to look at some of the graduates from our universities and TVET colleges and begin to repurpose whatever qualification that they have towards the skills that are needed in the production of hydrogen energy. And we think, that's the kind of focus that we'll have to do, as it relates to many other sectors
Absolutely.
within the economy. The agricultural sector have been the major drive of the South African economy, and so has, mining and all of that. And I think we need to be seeing, and we are seeing the production of skills towards that direction. I really want to urge those who are currently studying at our universities and TVET colleges, and those who've already qualified but are unemployed, that we need to start thinking about what we can do differently, as opposed to, it's quite sad that we see graduates in gowns and caps sitting on street corners and say, I'm a graduate and I'm unemployed. Some of these are geologists, they are chemical engineers, and all of that. And I think we really need to start thinking differently
Absolutely.
around the entrepreneurial approach, post-graduation. And so students need to be thinking about that now as they're studying, as to what is it that I'm going to do with that which I'm studying, at this particular moment.
Deputy Minister, it seems that is where we have to leave it for now. Okay. Thank you so much for making the time. There's so many other questions that I would have liked to ask, but it would seem that we've run out of time. Obviously, we will have more opportunities in going forward. Thank you very much for sharing those insights. That was, of course, the Deputy Minister for Higher. That was, of course, the Deputy Minister for Higher Education, just sharing his insights with regards to what we can expect, all of the new interventions around ensuring that there is alignment between the higher education system and what our economy, the skills, the critical skills that are required to make our economy grow. With that said, thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much.
We are now seeing a live footage as members are getting into the chamber, getting ready for the debate, the joint debate to start at 2 o'clock. We are literally minutes away from that, as we see a number of the members getting ready to take their seats as we get ready to start the day 2 of the debate. Indeed, as we can see, we've just seen the minister. So we've seen the minister. In fact, we've just actually seen the leader of the opposition, John Steenhuisen, There's also a number of ministers we can see on the screen, but of course, in terms of today's speakers list, it's actually much shorter than yesterday's speakers list. Yesterday we started at 10 a.m. in the morning, and it went up until, I think, shortly after 6 p.m. in the evening. Today's debate, day 2 of the joint debate, is of course, it's starting now at 1400 hours, and it is of course expected to end shortly after, and I stand to be corrected, shortly after 1700 hours. So number 1 on that speakers list for today's joint debate is of course the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Ntate Seiso Mohai, who is also of course a member of the African National Congress. He will be opening the debate, and he will of course be the one who will be setting the tone in terms of perhaps issues that will come up later in the debate, and we know that there will be somebody who will be sweeping at a later stage as well. But as we've seen with joint debates is that members actually listen to one another. As they listen to one another, they take the opportunity not only to read the speeches that have been prepared for them, but they also take that opportunity to respond to some of the issues that they feel are quite critical to respond to, as per what other members from other political parties have already spoken to. As we can see on your screens, that is the President of the Republic having a conversation with the Chief Whip of the majority party. And I can only imagine if what they're talking about there. But of course, they are. This is day 2 that they are obviously getting ready to take their seats to also hear what the critical issues are that will be coming out of today's debate. And of course, as we know, tomorrow the President will have an opportunity to respond to all of the issues that have been raised by political parties, including the African National Congress, and then also say what exactly, how is going to consolidate these proposals. We can see that the mace has come in, the proceedings are about to start, and we shall leave it at that. We're crossing over to the chamber.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, may you please be seated. Honorable members, may you please be seated. Thank you. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the National Council on Provinces.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President David Mabuza, the Deputy President of the ANC, Comrade Paul Mashatile, honorable members, distinguished members of the South African Local Government Association. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join the Chief Whip of the majority party, Comrade Phemi Majodina, and other ANC speakers that as the African National Congress, we enter this debate with a clear conscience of providing detailed account of the route we have traversed since the last State of the Nation address, and to point out the new trajectory at the center of which is putting the interests of our people above anything else. We do this by rejecting with contempt provocation by those who come here for electioneering posturing as a strategy to conceal their inability to provide concrete solutions to the problems that face our people. The State of the Nation address is about the people, it's about their interest, and it is for their interest. Perhaps it is worth reminding this august House that contrary to the Honorable Steenhuisen, the African National Congress is not a narrow electoral machine like the Democratic Alliance that scavenges on the sufferings of our people for survival, but has throughout its existence, the ANC serves as an agent for fundamental change and transformation. Honorable Speaker, we are here today to join our President, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to reassure South Africa that despite the difficulties in our midst, with our 29 years of uninterrupted accumulated experience of governance, together with our people, we shall overcome our challenges for better future for all. The President outlined the accountability for the last SONA commitments before this SONA in the one-year review of progress on the 2022 State of the Nation commitments. Anyone bothered to read this account will see it as an honest reflection displaying progress. Several factors impact the implementation of some of these commitments. The escalating electricity crisis, the sluggish growth of the economy despite rebounding from the impact of coronavirus pandemic, and the persistence of the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Madam Speaker, this places vast expectation of our people on this State of the Nation address debate. It is our view as the ANC that central to this expectation is nothing else but to put the country on a new permanent trajectory of breaking ranks with the scourge of poor delivery of basic services and infrastructure, which is critical for economic recovery, reconstruction, and development. Infrastructure is a primary route to economic growth and development in that it releases the latent productivity in the factors of production and brings about an increase in the output of individual factors and units of production. It helps to coordinate inputs, outputs, and time to maximize the economic growth rate and enables maximum utilization of plethora of resources, leading to rapid economic development through efficiently employing all means available. Mr. President, contrary to the skeptics, you have surpassed the target of mobilizing international investment, especially for infrastructure development. As an international standard, the rule of law and good governance are fundamental for global investment. Mr. President, on this front, only the blind will fail to see how you have invested more energies and resources in strengthening and repurposing the criminal justice system in line with its constitutional mandate of acting without fear or favor in the fight against crime and corruption. This will go a long way in ensuring safety of all South Africans and ensuring and reassuring international investors that South Africa is a destination of choice for global investment. Infrastructure development and maintenance are the primary base for socio-economic development and job creation in any community, and local economic development is a developmental mandate that all municipalities carry. Through our oversight function, we have identified various factors in the three spheres of government. Firstly, mere allocating more funds is not a panacea to the challenge of basic services. Secondly, lack of capability, poor project planning and management, poor project implementation, and lack of accountability are a deep reality that should be addressed. Budget reprioritization under fiscal consolidation over several medium-term expenditure framework cycles had a negative impact and has yet to assist in enhancing the status of basic services and infrastructure spending. Fourthly, the lack of state capacity and capability, and where the state has contracted the private sector in other instances, resulted in high levels of underspending on allocation of conditional grants in other projects. And lastly, poor leadership and criminal networks in most instances, which is pointed out from various Chapter 9 institutions. Efficient economic infrastructure is the critical driver of economic efficiency, job creation, and inclusive economic growth. It links market in different areas and ensures that the rural areas have access to markets, contributing to food security in the country. National Infrastructure Plan 2050 is a critical vision which accords the nation a long-term trajectory which should inform planning and financing. Its purpose is to promote dynamism in infrastructure delivery and address institutional backlog and weaknesses that hinder success over the long term. It guides the way towards building stronger institutions that can deliver on the National Development Plan 2030 aspirations for investment linked to the provision of physical and digital infrastructure, including energy, water, commercial transport, and telecommunication. At the same time, phase 2 of the plan focuses on social infrastructure. Our infrastructure development should be climate change resilient to ensure sustainable development. Many of us are aware of the recent floods. About 7 of our 9 provinces are heavily affected. So it is imperative that this should be accommodated in terms of our plans to ensure that we can withstand these challenges. The impact of commuter rail route from Soweto, Naledi to Johannesburg has brought about relief for many workers who spend a significant portion of their salaries on transport. Such an intervention lowers the cost of living for many. There is indeed progress. We need to accelerate these efforts. The second phase of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, a partnership between South Africa and Lesotho Mountain Kingdom, which the President highlighted, will go a long way in creating jobs for the people of Lesotho, while simultaneously addressing the water scarcity and supply in provinces, Free State, Northwest, Gauteng, and others. In the last 2 years, the government under your leadership, President, has introduced the district development model as part of the critical intervention. But I must, before that, hasten to say that one of the good examples of reindustrialization and the progress that we are making is the Highveld Steel Industrial Complex. Through the efforts of the DTIC, we are now manufacturing railway lines that can be used on main lines, and as well as the bridge that will shorten the N2 between Eastern Cape and KZN is made in Mpumalanga. It shows the success of localization and building an integrated national economy. The district development model remains a critical instrument of macroeconomic development and the creation of SMMEs, which continues to contribute on local job creation. The one plan, one budget must be developed to enhance regional economic development and harness the capability of the state to deliver on its mandate. Despite this and continued government support in the form of municipal infrastructure grants allocated to address water, sanitation, roads, and lights, people in many towns across the country continue to witness the deterioration in the road infrastructure, lack of reliable and safe water supply, and use of pit and bucket toilets. Honorable President, you have visited all provinces during your Letsema campaign and the presidential imbizos. You have been in touch with the people. You know their concerns and their frustration. Communities highlighted their problems, articulated their issues, And they demonstrated that they were far ahead of many of the opposition parties who came here and grandstand, speaking as if they are speaking on behalf of communities. They shared those issues with you, Comrade President. The issues of potholes, general deterioration of public infrastructure due to lack of quality maintenance. Budgeting for maintenance and the existence of maintenance plan should be a critical requirement for all CAPEX expenditure. Water, sanitation, housing, and many others, load shedding as a critical and burning problem faced by our people in many parts of our country. We have seen how persistence of this problem has and continue to force investors to move from low revenue and poorly serviced municipality to high revenue and well-serviced municipalities in the recent past. This will negatively affect or impact on local economic development of distressed municipalities. Undoubtedly, this not only reverses the gains on local employment creation, but also undermines the national effort on economic recovery, reconstruction, and development. The envisaged public procurement reforms will go a long way in addressing these gaps and ensuring on-time procurement of quality goods and services transparently and ethically. We need to ensure that our procurement policy enables the development of local manufacturing capacity of infrastructure inputs. And government should have a significant component of labor-intensive methodology to increase the impact of infrastructure development in lowering unemployment. Madam Speaker, the voice of organized local government is loud and clear, despite the subjective weaknesses that we have highlighted, and the current fiscal framework of local government continue to be the issue of concern. In line with the ANC decision for decisive action for renewed and interest of our people in turn to turn around the local government sector's critical vehicle for infrastructure development and maintenance, we must proceed from addressing these bottlenecks. Building technical capacity at the national level to intervene in distressed provinces will be critical to address underspending and poor project management. We must review all infrastructure development units through a skills audit to ensure all infrastructure implementing departments and that of municipalities have adequate technical skills and capacity. This will be critical to ensure that government can develop a robust, credible, and bankable project pipeline. Your Excellency, developing state capability, capacity, and skills remain a priority, and even partnership with the private sector will require enhancement of state capability in all three spheres of government to deliver on major infrastructure projects. To conclude, honorable members, this places enormous expectation of our people on the State of the Nation address debate. Central to this expectation is to put the country on a new permanent trajectory of breaking ranks with the poor delivery of basic services and infrastructure. The facts confirm the political will, progress, and trajectory of inclusive growth. We believe under your leadership, Comrade President, that this country is set to attend to the very burning issues that affect our people. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. The next Honorable Member is the Honorable A.G. Whitfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, South Africans are less safe today than they were when you came to office, and that's a fact. How can we possibly feel safe when we are governed by a criminal syndicate that steals from the poor to give to the politically connected? A government run by a political party in which political killings have become standard operating procedure to climb the patronage ladder. What example are criminals in South Africa to follow, if not the example of their own government? At every SONA, your broken promises on fighting crime echo across the country and into the homes and the broken hearts of families across the country, living in fear every day that they will be the next victim. When you became president, you promised to halve violent crime within 10 years, but murder has increased by nearly 20% since you took office, while all contact crimes are up 13% in the last year. Last year, in your reply to the SONA debate, you acknowledged my contribution when I called for more effective use of technology. But 1 year later, not even the telephone lines are working. There are no drones in the sky and no body cams on police officers. Recent mass killings in the Eastern Cape further expose your broken promises, Mr. President. 2 mass killings in rural Beachy outside Mthatha in as many months. In KwaZulu in Nelson Mandela Bay, there have been 2 mass killings in just 2 weeks, leaving 12 people dead and others injured, leaving a community shocked and shaken. This is not the kind of shock that you often exclaim, Mr. President. This is real and painful shock of the brutal and unrelenting slaughter of family members and neighbors in our communities. In the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, gang violence has taken the lives of more than 20 people since the beginning of the year, while the Chatty police station in that area remains understaffed and under-resourced. In fact, police officers at this station lock themselves inside at night during load shedding because their generator doesn't work and they fear being attacked like the 5 police officers who were killed in the Ngcobo police massacre. Across KwaZulu-Natal, the fear in the aftermath of the violent unrest of 2021 still lingers. Yet of the 10 police stations I visited in that province in 1 week last year, only 1 had a generator that worked, while others complained that they hadn't worked for years or that they couldn't get diesel due to centralized procurement issues. The evidence is clear, Mr. President. Your minister is failing to deliver results, but you are desperately clinging to him while our nation descends into criminal chaos. So bad is your minister that he stood here yesterday and told this House that 4,909 people were arrested last year for GBV-related crimes, as though it was some sort of a victory. What he didn't tell you, Mr. President, is that 57,102 women were victims of violent crime last year, which means that your minister's victory represents arrests of just 8% of the total number of GBV-related crimes. In your SONA last week, you said government will partner with the private sector to support the proper functioning of the 10111 centres, and while this is welcomed, if it is to be believed, it only made its way into your speech because in January this year, the DA exposed the complete dysfunction of the 10111 centres across the country. That's a fact. Dysfunction which has left millions of victims and witnesses of crimes helpless on the end of 7 million dropped phone calls over 3 years because they have less than half the staff required to man the phones. These dropped calls are crime statistics, Mr. President. There are victims on the ends of these calls. In one message I received recently, a grandparent wrote in Mission Vale, "We need help. My grandson has been shot more than 5 hours ago. His body is still in the house. They shot him. Do you know who to contact? The police don't respond." So here is a challenge for you, Mr. President. If you can turn this situation around and have 75% at least of the required staff employed with less than 10,000 dropped calls and uninterrupted power supply to every 10111 centre by your next SONA, I will literally eat the words off these pages. You see, without an actual plan, without a deadline and the results which follow, your words will remain meaningless while lives will continue to be lost. Over the years, you've successfully created the illusion that you are bolstering the ranks of the police with more members, when the truth is that there has been a net loss of 20,000 police officers over the last 10 years. You need only read the SAP's annual reports, which reveal that there were 199,000 personnel at the end of 2012, 182,000 at the end of 2021, and 178,000 by the end of this financial year, including your new recruits. And while we have many excellent police officers who go above and beyond the call of duty under the most difficult circumstances, they are being outnumbered by the unfit, poorly trained and corrupt cadres. What SAPS needs is to promote merit within its ranks, not cadres, and ensure that all appointments are beyond reproach if we have any hope in reversing the decline. South Africans want results, Mr. President, not more broken promises. And this is what they will vote for in 2024, a party that delivers results. In Parliament last year, you committed to investigating the Western Cape government's LEAP community safety model after acknowledging its successes. Well, now is the time for you to act. in order to keep your promise to keep our communities safe by throwing your full support and the fiscus at a tried and tested policing model with proven results. When LEAP was launched in Philippi East in 2022, that station has now completely fallen off the list of top 30 contact crime stations in South Africa. Over a 12-month period, Gugulethu noted a 30.6% decrease in murder. Delft has seen a 17.4% decrease in murder, with contact crime also coming down. These are the results, Mr. President. These are the actual results that should follow from a promise. This is the kind of leadership that we deserve to build a safer South Africa for all of us. This is how you get things done, Mr. President. You make a promise, and then you keep it. We don't need more hollow words and broken promises from an empty suit at your next SONA. We need results, and you can start by firing your minister. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, presiding officers, cabinet colleagues, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Whitfield, it is important to acknowledge that indeed there are issues that we need to deal with in fighting crime and corruption in the country. But it is untrue not to acknowledge that there's been men who've been trained and passed out in recent months as part of ensuring that there's police visibility on the ground. Many of us who understand the importance of fighting crime would understand the presence of visibility and police visibility to make sure that people do feel safe. Mo President wa rena, boikemo bjo bogolo bja rena go sa kgathalege gore re mohlobo mang goba re mmala ofe goba karolo efe ka gare ga naga ya rena. Go swanetše gore re tsebane gore ka nnete bodulo ba rena gore humanega re dula gabotse le ka boiketlo. Ka bjona boikemo bo le karolwanang ya rena e leng gona ka ra masoma mabedi le botshelela ya molaotheo wa Afrika Borwa ye e tlhatlhago melawana ya tša mengwako ya mmušo wa Afrika Borwa. Re ikemišeditše go bea batlhoki le batsofadi ka pele mo lenaneong la kabo ya rena ya mengwako ya mmušo. Tsalelo morago ya mengwakana ke kgolo. Eupša re tshepiša gore kabelo e tla dirwa ka lebelo. Batho ba borena ke kgale ba letile mengwako ya bona, eupša ba bang setse ba hweditše mengwako ya bona. Ke ka moo re re mmušo wa rena o mekamekana le ditlhotlho tse di leng gona gore re kgone gore re fetišetse le goreng di swanetše gore batho ba rona ba be le tsona. Ba bantši ba bona ba dutše ka tshepo, ba lebeletše rena gore re tle re kgone go ba thuša, ba tle ba humane ditshebeletso tse le goreng ba di tshwanetše. I think we can all draw inspiration from the words of Michelle Obama, who said, "You may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all of the world's problems at once, but don't underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take a life of its own, but more importantly, it can be able to ensure that people look forward to tomorrow." Furthermore, I quote Martin Luther King, who said, I unquote, 300 years of humiliation, abuse, deprivation cannot be expected to find voice in whisper, unquote. Housing for the missing middle remains a serious challenge. A revised first home finance scheme, formerly known as Help Me Buy a House program, was revised in the past financial year, amongst others to allow for funding for households who hold permission to occupy certificates in communal land. This is particularly important to the relation to the extent of credit and funding to households in rural communities. This will allow the Muslim middle to start acquiring economic assets without which they struggle to meaningfully participate in the economy. Honorable Malema, yesterday, Mr. President said to you that it is irresponsible for a man to be at the top and do nothing. I totally agree with him. However, he got it wrong. You are not a man on top who's doing nothing. Under your leadership, sir, this is what you have done. We have acquired buildings in the inner city areas, such as Sea Point, Cape Town, listen, and 2 ESCOM buildings located Braamfontein, Johannesburg, Kimberley, for social housing purposes. For this development has potential to release 1,200 units for families. These are efforts, honorable members, to building an inclusive society and cities through our social housing program. It is meant to alter the apartheid spatial planning, and this has gained momentum. In the coming weeks, Mr. President, we will be launching a number of social housing projects that have taken place under your leadership, and these are the following. Tshwane Maraba Start project, which has produced 1,200 units, and this has been driven by Black-owned companies, and 60% of them are women-owned, as part of our commitment to transformation. Motlhakeng project, with a total number of 1,020 units in the West Rand in Gauteng, another transformational achievement. Hope City project, 1,114 units in Nkangala municipality in Mpumalanga, 100% owned Black people and 30% women owned. John Street project, which has 385 units, located in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, and 63% of them are Black owned and 30% women. Maitland here in the city of Cape Town is not a DA project, it's national government driven, which a total of 204 units that will be completed by the end of March. This is what, President, has been happening under your leadership. Honorable Steenhuisen, yesterday, Mr. President, said to you instead that instead of leading us to cross the Rubicon at Sona, the President has told us to turn around. I'm glad, Mr. President, that you didn't follow what Honorable Steenhuisen Rubicon was taking you to, if indeed it would have been a disaster for the majority of the working class and the poor who remain and who mainly we represent as the African National Congress and have their hopes and dreams in your hands. And this is why, Mr. President, it is because our attempts to integrate the poor and working class into urban communities have faced serious backlash and resistance. I'm speaking here, Mr. President, of a group in the urban reach that we call Not in My Neighborhood. Honorable Nkondlo spoke about. It is a challenge for us, led mainly, majority of the time in the wards, by DA councillors. These are well-resourced groups whose sole purpose is to ensure that the poor and the working class families remains in the outskirts of the cities. This group is motivated by mixture of racism and disdain for the poor and the working class. They regard the poor in the cities as refugees who must be rounded up and shipped back to the rural areas. Every time our government acquires land for human settlements, honorable members, for these families, this group stands up to say very loudly, not in our neighborhood. They utilize all sorts of tricks to resist, including courts, which causes delays in these families to receive shelter. The only crime these people, a poor working class communities and families have committed to receive this abominable treatment is that they are the descendant of the victims of apartheid and were born without any means. All freedom-loving South Africans, both Black, white, colored, Indian, all races, all classes, needs to stand up against these bullies. Honorable members, title deeds in the hands of an elderly woman who has never owned a property in their lives means the world to them. It is for this reason this government decided to fast-track the release of title deeds as an important instrument of economic empowerment. Working together with Operation Vulindlela, we will be able to expand this. We've started with unlocking the projects in Gauteng, especially in Mawika, where it will give us 14,000 title deeds in that area. Land redistribution is important as part of our work. We are working together with DPWI, as President has said, to release earmarked 14,000 hectares of land. Currently, we have 2,689 hectares of this land in the hands of human settlements, which will be able to give us more than 64,000 housing opportunities planned as part of release of land to ensure that there shall be houses, security, and comfort, as the Freedom Charter has said. Honorable members, we have 2,700 informal settlements in the country and counting. Out of this, we have already started working with 1,284 informal settlement upgrading at various stages. What does this mean? This means that we are able to provide water, electricity, sanitation, and security of tenure in these informal settlements. And we are currently working to ensure that we upgrade them. They are at various stages across the country, and we are intensifying this work. We will be able to ensure that we can be able to support all the people that are in this country. Mr. President, the issue of climate change and natural disasters are continuously affecting us. We would have seen the floods across the country and the fires at the beginning of this year. We are reconfiguring our work so that we can be able to respond within speed and time that you have requested us to do. But more importantly, ensure that families that are vulnerable and the most communities that are poor can be able to receive support from us as government. We will also rework in terms of our programs to build climate change resilience in terms of infrastructure going forward, because it is very clear that with the climate change, we are not able to do. With that, Mr. President, you are a man at work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable M. Dlamini.
Sibonge Sihlalo. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President Julius Malema, members of the Central Command Team, fighters and ground forces. We would like to take this opportunity to send our deepest condolences to the Ngema family in Mkondo Ward 3, who lost their 17-year-old daughter who was murdered during a service delivery protest. Yesterday, the overrated Deputy Minister of COGTA, Honorable Nkadimeng, stood here unashamedly and spoke about a white paper that speaks about local government that works together with other spheres of government while people are dying because of lack of service delivery. When she was reminded about her tenure in Polokwane as a mayor, she shouted that she's no longer there and those things are of the past. Now, the reality in Polokwane municipality under her, and even now, is nowhere near close to being an exemplary municipality. There is still water and drainage problems and a crisis in Polokwane.
Order, honorable members, please. Don't drown the speaker. Don't drown the speaker. Thank you.
As long as they get it, Speaker. Roads in the city and in townships are not taken care of. There are no functional streetlights and basic necessities. Yet someone was screaming here as if she was a paragon of local government. The district development model she screamed about has not given any results, and yet she pretends and wants to act as if she's the panacea to South African development and the lack of service delivery disasters. How on earth can anyone in their right mind claim successes of the local state when almost all of them are dysfunctional? These claims of ANC successes in municipalities are misleading. Tshwane is in crisis, and the crisis in Tshwane started under the very overrated Siputla Ramakgopa, who the ANC tried to replace with Ms. Togo Didiza and lost elections dismally. There is not a single municipality that is run perfectly by the ANC in South Africa. It is unfortunate that the deputy minister comes here and speaks of a discredited 1998 white paper on local government by scientific and empirical research. The idea that you can revive local government through white paper and the so-called district development model is foolish and misguided. The list of incorrect and misguided 1998 assumptions is that the white paper is long, but just to name a few. The white paper assumed that municipalities would be functional. Your president just told us that the number of dysfunctional municipalities has increased from 163 today and from the 123 before he took office in 2018. The Auditor General reports tell us this every day, every year. 2, it has assumed that municipalities will collect revenue. Municipalities do not have the administrative capacity to collect revenue, let alone keep basic records. The ANC did not build any administrative capacity in a local government in the last 25 years, since the adoption of the white paper. Even if they collect revenue, our people still don't have money. More than 11 million people are unemployed. More than 28 million people are on social grants. Only 1.6 million taxpayers out of the 20 million who can work and pay taxes are excluded by the system. Who is going to pay for the municipal services and the property rates? The white paper assumed that with democracy, South Africa's spatial planning would change from race-based to more integrated. The opposite has happened. The ANC has perpetuated apartheid economy and racial spatial planning. Nice and clean cities are for whites, and a few blacks and informal settlements are for the black majority. A viable local government will need internal capacity through the insourcing of critical municipal services and the appointment of a competent and well-remunerated workers. Industrialization through building local economy and local procurement. Food security for all households, clinics to open 24 hours. We need municipalities with a clear town planning program. The reason why the ANC is being decisively defeated in all South African major metropolitan municipalities is because the ANC lacks the collective and individual capacity to deliver meaningful and impactful services to our communities.
Okay.
In 2026, the
time.
ANC will be wiped out in all municipalities because our people are saying enough is enough.
Time up. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, thank you. I now invite the Honorable Councillor B. Stofile.
Speaker, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Deputy President, the ministers and deputy ministers, the premiers, the members of this House, I must first say it will be important to put the facts correctly. Since the establishment of local government system in South Africa, on the 5th of December 2022, the country was completing 22 years of local government wall-to-wall system. Coming from a local government system that it has been divided on the basis of class, race, and color, and the amalgamation of the municipal system, it created a municipal system that today we have 257 municipalities that do not look on the basis of the location and the color of individuals. And that is the fact. The 1998 white paper located functions of and responsibilities in local government, and it is a fact that 46% of the constitutionally declared functions are located in local government. It is therefore, it is important that...
Honorable Stofile, take your seat. Honorable Member Josie, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask, the councillor is shaking. Don't you want to check if he's okay? Because the next thing he might collapse, it might be a really exigent matter.
That's not a point of order. Okay.
Maybe he must speak sitting down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Member, that was not a point of order.
Yeah, Sheikh.
Please, you may proceed, Honorable Councillor.
Whereas local government has undergone rapid transition and transformation over the 22 years, there can be no doubt that it has had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans in expanding the provisions of service to our people. While it is true that a number of serious and complex challenges persist in some municipalities, but by and large, there are extensive examples, as confirmed by the municipal non-financial census, that local government has delivered quality services and a better life for the majority of our people. Madam Speaker, local government has, in the same breath, came under a lot of scrutiny recently, perhaps necessary, so as this is the most visible sphere, closest sphere of government to the people. Furthermore, our system of wall-to-wall municipal system means that all developmental work happens within a municipal ward in one way or another. Nearly all services of our people get or do not get from government find the most concrete expression at local government level. Despite its most pivotal role, it remains the stepchild, and therefore we appreciate the work that has been done by the President of the Republic in the recent past in allowing the cooperative governance to function, and that is why over the last couple of months we have been engaging the different ministers, including Minister of Small Businesses, insofar as how do we collaborate and cooperate in making sure that economic development does take place in local government. Secondly, we do appreciate that having 22 years of existence in local government, we have been shouting by lack of funding in the system. And I must appreciate and say here as SALGA leadership that we appreciate that the national government allow us to enter into discussions, and hence we have an engagement with the Minister of Finance looking in the funding modalities that must assist local government. It's something that we must appreciate. Over the 20 years, various policies, legislators, and support program measures has been brought about. And the previous leaders of SALGA have asked, what next, having done this? And what it became crystal clear at the time, it was the support to local government, because the success of local government is a success of government as a whole. And thereby it requires us to entrench on the cooperative governance and build solid system of government to respond to challenges that our people are facing today. Turning to the current elephant in the room called coalition government, that we are none of us talking about in this room. We wish to spend some time in sharing our frustration as an association and thereby a problem in the country. Unlike previous elections, the 2021 local government elections gave rise to the most dramatic results as it relates to coalition government. These developments suggest that coalition government will clearly become a common feature of our political landscape in South Africa going forward. In 2021, it was only 3 parties that formed coalition government. But today, since 2021 into today, the local government coalition government have risen from 27 to 87, led by more than 6 parties today. And that tells us that there is a crisis that we are going towards it. As South African local government, working together with the University of the Western Cape, we have developed a framework of coalition. It is common knowledge that if you go to a municipality today, you will find a mayor. In the next 2 hours, you'll find a different mayor. And therefore, it means the situation in local government, it becomes unstable. And it requires leadership and members of parliament to look at that. One of the issues where in many places, including the places where you are operating, anywhere, in many places in South Africa, President, in South Africa, if we don't deal with this animal called collision, if we don't deal with animal called collision, this animal called collision, it robs the majority of our people. Majority of our people went and vote. When they vote, you political parties, you lock yourself in a room and cut the cake according to what is your interest. At the time, community is outside, locked outside there. When the service delivery is not rendered, the blame goes to municipality. And we are calling to government and calling to parliament to act on this because it's a problem that is going to be with us for a very long time. And we suggest that there must be certain instruments that must be introduced. One of the instruments is as follows. I'll make an example, for instance, President. On various metros in the country, if I can take Nelson Mandela, for instance, if we can go as a country and accept to change the type of municipal system. Currently, the type of municipal system is 1 to 6, and 6 is metro. And in the metro, you are allowed to have an executive mayoral type. In a coalition arrangement, everyone demands to have a right to employ. And that is why you see the emergency and rise of employment cost in the municipality. Because it's a problem that we must all deal with, because leadership, political party locking themselves in a room discussing about who should be the leader of that municipality. One of the dispute is about what is it that I must benefit as a political party A. And that issue, it must be dealt with. And we are saying, for instance, in Nelson Mandela, President, we want to put it because you are members of parliament. You are contesting elections, all of you, from political parties. In Nelson Mandela, for instance, if you take a collective executive type municipality, in that municipality and any other municipality, what it means ANC is going to get 4 seats, DA is going to go 4 seats, EFF is going to get 1 seat, and the community organization in Port Elizabeth is going to get 1 seat. What it requires is for us to have a conversation amongst yourself as political parties to deal with the challenge that you are facing in local government. The second issue, President, is the killing of councillors and municipal officials. And the killing of councillors and municipal officials, it's a problem that it creates and it works against the intention of professionalizing of local government. There will be no professional that would want to go to the unsafe place. And therefore, it is important that the local government space to be created safe and be protected. In our endeavor to make sure that the local government does function. Otherwise, if we don't spend time in protecting those that have been accepting to render service and be threatened by criminals in the local space will create a problem. The next point, President, that we wish in the State of the Nation address to be addressed is the protection of the revenue base of municipal system and the rising of the tax base of a municipal system. A municipal system, according to white paper, is not reviewed yet, is a house that it had the power to review, but we are working from it. It says 90% of the income generation of a municipality will come from a municipal income. And that assumption, it was based on the belief that there will be growth of the economy and many other activities, and there will be people that will be paying. Currently, we are facing the same challenge that the community is not growing and therefore they is not be able to pay, and therefore it requires some other way of protecting the revenue base, including number of issues that individual organizations and they want to flood the local government with in eroding the income levels of a municipal system. In this sense, President, that is why to us as local government we believe it is correct thing, learning from 2020 disaster situation in our country. What we have appreciated as local government in that period is the ability of the government in all spheres to work together, consolidate their energy, both human resources and financial resources, and intervene in communities. And it benefited to us because it speaks on the law that we have passed as this House called Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act that compels the different spheres of government to work together towards achieving the same objective, that is service delivery to our communities. And that is why in ourselves, listening to debate as of yesterday, one question, an example was made of a community member somewhere in the Eastern Cape where the house it was burned down through the electricity as it comes back. And can you sit wherever you are and imagine of a councillor sitting at home, that house is burned down because of electricity, and that councillor is not empowered. Whom to interact with when there is that disaster? Because the councillor is the closest person to our communities. And therefore, that is why as South African Local Government Association, we believe disaster declaration is the right thing to do and coordinate processes towards rendering service to our communities. The issues about how the money is used, I think it's your political thing that you can deal with. Our interest is that how do we service our communities as a government, not as different individuals and spheres, but how do we optimally intervene on the challenges that our communities are facing. And we believe that it can go a long way. There are mistakes that we have learned in the disaster in the past, and we can improve on those mistakes. Our people need service. They don't want politicking. They need service at whatever material time, whatever differences that we have. But it is important that our people to get service from the government and from the parliament that they've elected. And that is why, in our view, we still believe that in the engagement between ourselves and the Minister of Finance to improve on financial allocation on the municipality, it's a right decision and it's a process that we need to follow going into the future. The last issue on this issue, President, is that we acknowledge and accept that we have established a crisis committee dealing with the energy and crisis. We would love as local government to participate there so that we can give a local content on that debate and discussion rather than being on the national level. It is our important role because our interest is that any decision taken at any level, it must go down into communities where we live and where we work. It is our interest that anything that it had to do with the life of our people, local government, it had to be taken on board and be engaged, and we really appreciate that. At least we have an engagement with various ministers in trying to pull them and help and infuse and give the will and energy on the intergovernmental relations framework, because that is the route to go. Cooperation of government, it had to come together and work together.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Honorable members, the next speaker on my list is the Honorable M. Shengwa.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President, and honorable members, Mr. President, if I had 47 minutes, I would urge you not to appoint a Minister of Electricity, because you are duplicating political bureaucracy in a already bloated and excessive cabinet, where you've got a Minister of Minerals and Energy who deals with policy. The Minister of Public Enterprises continues to be the shareholder. At the same time, you have declared a state of disaster, which the Minister of COGTA comes in to actually deal with those matters. On top of that, you have got NECOM, which is dealing with this crisis in the presidency. And what is clear, Mr. President, is that every time your ministers don't perform, instead of firing them, you protect them by taking things into the presidency. Be decisive, Mr. President. Fire them. Don't have a nanny cabinet. I'll see you nanny. If they're not working, fire them. What has happened is that you have got a bloated mega presidency now. Operation Vulindlela, which ordinarily should be with the Department of Trade, Industry and or Treasury, is in the presidency. The Energy Action Plan and Energy Security Plan, which should be with Minerals and Energy, is with the President. The Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus, which should be with the NYDA or the Department of Youth and Women, is with the President. Infrastructure investment, which is supposed to be with Public Works and Infrastructure, is with the President. The Just Energy Transition Investment Program, which must be with one of these many departments, is with the President. The Presidential Climate Commission, which should be with the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment, is with the President. Red Tape Reduction Team and Red Tape Reduction Council, which must be with the Department of Small Business, is with the President. So, Mr. President, quite frankly, it seems to us you have got no confidence in your own ministers. Let me go to this, Mr. President. Let me start where you started, where you say our people are not defined by the minerals under the earth and the work that we do. Your apology over the weekend to President Mbeki notwithstanding, one must agree with you. It's a failure of government that our people don't have access to the opportunities that come with mining, the oceans economy, the minerals of this country, the land, and so on and so forth. We cannot be defined by what we do not own. And so the transition and the transformation which should have taken place, Mr. President, under your watch, under the ANC's watch, has certainly not happened. All of these things combined and all of these factors combined actually speak to failure. Mr. President, there's been a lot of song and dance about traditional leadership and about the wall-to-wall municipalities that we have in the country. Here too, I want to make a call to you, Mr. President. Respond positively to the Cabinet Committee decision of December 2000, which sought to amend Chapters 7 and 12 of the Constitution to provide clarity on the powers, functions, and responsibilities of traditional leaders if there is to be any cohesion, effectiveness, and efficiency in the governance and management space of development in the spaces where there are traditional leaders and municipal councils. So, Mr. President, what comes out of this is that you are overstretching yourself and your ministers are sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. So as the reshuffle comes,
thank you.
Deal with your ministers. Stop taking on responsibilities that ordinarily should be with ministers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Time up, Honorable Member. Thank you. Honorable Member F.A. Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Mrs. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngagula, His Excellency the President
President Ramaphosa, His Excellency the Deputy President, the two chief whips of the majority party, members of parliament, fellow South Africans, we stand before this august house with a deep sense of appreciation and humility to debate the State of the Nation address on behalf of the People's Movement, the African National Congress. Our honor is derived from the fact that we are a year shy from the 30th anniversary of our democratic breakthrough. We, the formerly oppressed, still occupy this platform where the future of our country is debated and decided. As we progress towards the 30th years of democratic South Africa, we have progressed in our transformation agenda, and we greatly appreciate that. More importantly, we know for a fact that despite the many challenges we face as a country, our country is a far better place to live in, as the post-apartheid dispensation ushered a society premised on equality, justice, and shared humanity. It is unfortunate that our detractors without substance have yet again attempted to deny millions of South Africans in all corners of our country the opportunity to receive a detailed analysis and account on the journey our beloved country has traveled in the current conjuncture. The sonnet delivered by the President of our Republic was a true and frank reflection of our society in the current epoch. It gave a clear indication of what needs to happen for us to successfully navigate our stormy seas. Therefore, to suggest that the address by the President lacked detail is both disingenuous and a pure political theatrics driven by populism. Madam Speaker, it is indeed of the greatness of our glorious movement, the African National Congress, and all its virtues that our parliament is independent and empowered to perform its oversight role effectively, with transparency and without hindrance. Honorable members, through the oversight role of Parliament, we will make sure that we hold the executive to account. However, unlike our friends from the opposition, the performance of our work does not seek to overthrow a democratically elected government by underhanded means, but by one that seeks to advance the attainment of a national democratic society. It is such a shame that our country is becoming a laughingstock which undermines our standing amongst nations because of a minority of members of this parliament who, having failed to win through the ballot, have sought to prohibit a democratically elected government from addressing this House. Madam Speaker, we are proud that not less than 21 bills are before this Parliament for consideration, which the opposition parties are opposed to because theirs is a rejectionist approach without substance to take our nation forward. These transformative bills before the sixth Parliament include the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, so as to recognize South African Sign Language as one of the official languages, the National Health Insurance Bill, which seeks to transform our country's health care for equitable access and distribution, the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill, which seeks to respond to the outcry from public regarding the poor visibility of the National Youth Development Agency, particularly in the rural areas, and optimized service delivery. The much-awaited National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, which seeks to establish a multi-sectorial, independent, and non-partisan statutory body that will be tabled before the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, which seeks to enhance our education system and accelerate addressing structural challenges in the sector. The Climate Bill, which seeks to enable adaptation and mitigation interventions to respond to transit to low-carbon economy. And the Expropriation Bill, which provides for the expropriation of property for a public purpose or a public interest. This legislation will enable the acceleration of land reform. This is to mention a few transformative legislation the ANC is advancing in Parliament to transform our society and to respond to challenges confronting the nation. We are a parliament at work. We appreciate that our people did not fight for democracy alone, but for material changes in their lives. Honorable Speaker, about a month ago, our country was plunged into darkness with the passing of one of the foremost activists for liberation and women emancipation, the first Speaker of this Parliament and the democratic era, Dr. Freni Ginwala, a fearless fighter for women's rights and our liberator who was never far from the battlefront and had no fear to execute the struggle. It is as a result of the struggles of Dr. Ginwala, Mama Charlotte Maxeke, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Helen Joseph, and Portia Ndwandwe that women like ourselves can not only dream, but are an integral part of building a new country out of the ruins of apartheid. I'm happy to report, Mr. President, that women across the country have heeded your call to action for all South Africans to work together to tackle the challenges we face, instead of wallowing in despair and lamenting our fate. Mr. President, 3 South African women have long answered your call, and they are representing our countries in platforms many of us in this House never heard of. Mrs. Ncumi Sandelu, the founder of One Family, One Stockpile, Ms. Melanie Bruma, the founder of Upcycled Clothing Collective, and Ms. Pamela Padayachi, the founder of Women Pact, are using Facebook to change some of the things that they don't like about the country they live in. They are the only 3 South Africans on the exclusive Facebook Community Accelerator Program, which is a global platform for Facebook community managers who are making a positive impact in their communities. All 3 of these women are recipients of a $40,000 grant from Facebook to continue the work they are already doing on their own to the benefit of South Africa and many others beyond our borders. Honorable members, as we execute the current phase of the struggle, we will not be defocused by sideshows and theatrics. We will endeavor to remain true to the ideas of our founders of this struggle.
Thank you.
Lastly,
members.
we know that we have a capable captain at the wheel
member.
in the form of President Ramaphosa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Ndate Mishwe.
Honorable Speaker, firstly, I want to thank you and honorable members for your prayers and kind words of condolences at the loss of my courageous, loving and dear wife of 46 years, Mrs. Lydia Mishwe, who passed away on the 25th of January this year. She left me with 3 amazing children and 3 wonderful grandchildren. Secondly, I want to thank you, Mr. President, most heartily for visiting my family at home, to convey your personal condolences and pay your last respects to a great woman who was your secretary when you were the chairman of the Students' Christian Movement at the University of the North in 1973. Mr. President, my children specifically asked me to convey their gratitude to you for the hour you spent with them and spoke to them like a caring father and not like a president. Thank you. As I have decided to dedicate my speech today to my precious wife, who is now with the Lord, I'm going to raise 2 issues she was unhappy about at the time of her homegoing. Besides high levels of crime in the country, particularly the rape of women and children that she was very upset about, she was concerned about the regular blackouts that are costing jobs, livelihoods, and loss of lives of patients who rely on constant electric-powered machines that supply them with oxygen. Mr. President, it is very unfortunate to know that the unreliable ESCOM of today used to be the #1 power utility in the world. While addressing leaders of political parties on the 15th of January 2023, the President told us that the challenges of ESCOM include criminality, corruption, lack of maintenance, lack of accountability, and lawlessness. The President further said that the journey of ESCOM started gloriously right at the beginning when it attracted some of the best skilled engineers. But because it was run as an apartheid entity, he said, when government embraced transformation, that led to a number of challenges. The President further said that they have sourced the expertise of an international company to address the culture of lawlessness at ESCOM. The ACDP does not agree with this decision, just as we do not agree with the addition of yet another minister to an already bloated cabinet to deal with ESCOM challenges. We are convinced that ESCOM does not need another politician with the title of Minister of Electricity, but it needs a professional, skilled engineer who knows what the team that made ESCOM win the title of the best power utility company in the world did, regardless of their skin color. Speaker, our people are tired of these unending rolling blackouts that make their lives difficult. They want electricity now. They want government to stop putting their skin color before skill, competence, and efficiency. Demands for electricity in South Africa are increasing daily. Whilst there is increasing pressure to adopt non-fossil fuel electricity generating technologies, the abundant reserves and low-cost coal make it the preferred energy source to meet increasing electricity demand for the foreseeable future. The world's relative dependence on coal does not mean that the role of coal burning in global climate change will continue unchecked. A variety of options referred to as clean coal technologies are being researched and implemented throughout the world, with South Africa and ESCOM making significant contributions to this field. Clean coal technologies use coal for power generation in more environmentally acceptable and economically viable ways. They include processes that can be upheld before, during, and after utilization. And as I conclude with the second issue that concerned my wife and also a number of ACDP people, is that there is now a talk of a new world order that the President we know supported when he addressed the rally on the 27th of April 2018 in the Free State. That is disappointing to us because we know what the implications thereof are going to be. I want to announce today that my family and I will, together with faithful members of the ACDP, never be part of this one world religion that will come with a new world order, that will be imposed on citizens of the world by agents of the Antichrist. We believe in Jesus Christ alone and will never apologize for it. I thank you.
I thank you, Ntatu Meshwe. Siyabonga ube phakathi kwethu noba kunjalo. Thank you, Baba Meshwe. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable D. Ryder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, how dare you stand up here and coldly quote statistics of failed local government as if you are not part of the failure of local government. You, sir, spent 4 years as Deputy President. the leader
Order,
of
honorable
government business.
members.
And today
Order.
marks the 5th anniversary of your tenure as president. That's 9 years that you have had to fix local government, sir. Your very own 9 wasted years. It was you, sir, that appointed Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma as the minister in the COGTA role. She has failed municipalities dismally, but more importantly, she has failed residents. This is demonstrated not only in the implosion of municipalities, but also by her department's own evaluation, having not achieved almost half of the agreed departmental outcomes. Mr. President, I'm quite pleased that you didn't mention the district development model in your SONA speech this year. I presume that you have realized that this project was dead before it even started. But Mr. President, the line that you spoke last week about enhancing capacity amongst officials was a copy, almost a copy and paste of your speech from 2021. In fact, if one looks back to the promises that were made in the NDP when it was launched in 2013, the same promises were there and have been regularly repeated ever since. But on the ground, sir, dololo, nothing. Also in last week's speech, you promised that interventions from national government would take place where local governments fail in their responsibilities. This should not be something new either. The Constitution makes it an imperative, especially in cases such as the Mfuleni local municipality, where the provincial efforts at administration have failed repeatedly. 5 years of provincial administration and the experience of people living in Mfuleni has become dramatically worse, not better. But while speaking of the failed Mfuleni, one just has to look next door to Midvaal, their neighbor, which announced their 9th consecutive clean audit earlier this month. Service delivery, while under pressure as a result of the population growth, as people come to Midvaal seeking a better quality of life, service delivery continues. This is simply because of good governance, a term that is poorly understood, but is probably better described as the DA difference. But the Midvaal story is not alone. Instead of comparing two different municipalities, let's compare the DA-led Umgeni municipality with itself when it was under ANC government until recently. The stark contrast is understood after a brief discussion with the people of Mpopomeni, who are receiving fair services for the first time ever, smashing the myth that the DA only services wealthy suburbs. The DA is raising the standard of living across all racial and economic groups, and doing this while also paying off the municipality's ANC-incurred debts. The residents of South Africa are voting with their feet, migrating in numbers to Democratic Alliance-led municipalities and to the DA-led Western Cape province. Yes, it takes time to turn around a big metro after years of ANC misrule, mismanagement, and misappropriation, especially with the underqualified and over-politicized cadres that are deployed in municipalities at all levels. Yes, coalitions are hard to manage, especially in minority governments. But overall, if you live in a DA-led municipality, you can rest assured that the funds entrusted to the council are being well spent on a service delivery-focused agenda. While the model of local government in South Africa does indeed need some tweaking, the model is not the cause of the collapse. The thieving ANC is the cause of the collapse. Mr. President, I'm sure I don't need to remind you that you are not only the president of our country, but you are also the president of the ANC. In fact, you've made it plain to South Africans on numerous occasions that you disappointingly value your ANC presidency above that of South Africa. But how can you have allowed there to be 2 ANC mayors in the Northwest Province in Ditsobotla municipality for almost 2 years? How embarrassing and ridiculous to have a mayor from each of the 2 biggest factions within your organization, and your minister did nothing. And you, Mr. President, did nothing, not as the president of South Africa, nor as the president of the ANC. Mr. President, it's way past time for a decisive shuffle. The media is full of stories claiming that Minister Dlamini Zuma will remain in the failed COGTA portfolio in spite of her proven ineptitude. Perhaps she'll be ensuring that cigarettes and alcohol are banned because their consumption may lead to increased electricity usage under your version of a state of disaster. The fact is, Mr. President, that any cabinet shuffle will still leave us with the same rotten ANC members that we already have, like the boorish police minister. The best of the ANC is substantially worse than the worst of the DA. This country does not need a cabinet shuffle, it needs a government shuffle. Woza 2024, Woza freedom from the ANC, Woza freedom for all South Africans.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Social Development.
Honorable Speaker, President of the Republic and President of the African National Congress, like it or not. By the way, he is a president of the country. And the fact that he is a president of the African National Congress does not mean that he is not conscious of the fact that he is the president of the country. And the reason why you see him sitting here throughout and listening to each and every one, patiently doing so, it is because he is the president of South Africa. Futhi njeke, Honorable Speaker, bengasoze ngiqale la ngiqala khona manje. Kusuke nje kwaba nomunye u-Honorable Member Ryder ovele wadelela nje ilanga libalele. Wavele nje wacabanga ukuthi ku-right ukuthi yena athi kuwe, Mr. President, how dare you? I wonder if bekulesa sikhathi sabo kume upresident wabo la ubengasho ukuthi how dare you. Usho njalo ngoba uyeyisa. Usho njalo ngoba uyadelela. Usho njalo ngoba usitshene ukuthi upresident we-African National Congress, upresident we-country, uzotshelwa uye ukuthi unkosazana Dlamini Zuma kufuneka kwenziweni ngaye. Asizutshelwa uwe ke, Mr. Ryder. Get it right today and for tomorrow. Mr. President, honorable members, inkinga esinayo la kulendlu. Inkinga esibhekene nayo ukuthi abanye bavele nje basukume bazoma la, babhede ba expect ukuthi sobalalela. Siyafuna ukunilalela. Sifuna ukunilalela mangabe ninezinto ezithize ezisifundisayo ukuthi singayilungisa kanjani iSouth Africa. Mangabe aninako ke ukwenza lokho, nifuna ukudlala ipolitiki ekseni nantambama, hlalani lapho nodwa, thina siyasebenza. Futhi njeke, Mr. President, kwakunesikhathi where people used to clap and make noise and be happy about the antics of Parliament. Mr. President, I was one of those, but the people of South Africa are tired of it. Hence, I took that decision to say it shall not happen again. And I'll tell you why it mustn't happen. It mustn't happen because we sit here as members of Parliament and we have people at home watching us and copying some of the things that are ugly when they happen here. And I repeat again, Mr. President, the time for our antics are over. The people of South Africa want to hear, how are we going to deal with load shedding? How are we going to deal with water problems? How are we going to deal with housing? How are we going to deal with all the social ills that are facing the people of South Africa? Now that I've said my first say, Mr. President, may I thank Deputy Minister ongqokise leskipa engisigqokile namhlanje. Ngicela nje bambone ngoba naye ugqoke sona leso skipa. Mr. President, permit me and Madam Speaker to observe the pursuit of the spirit of South Africa's collective hope, common purpose, and people-centered action that the President is reviving in all of us through the SONA. Please allow me to congratulate South Africa's women's national cricket team for their triumphant performance against New Zealand on Monday. To them, I say, against all odds, you embodied President Ramaphosa's characterization that, and I quote, "It is hope that sustains us and fuels our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties," close quote. Your selfless commitment to the South African collective reminds us of what our society is capable of when acting in common purpose. Yes, underlying our national character is our collective, undefeated spirit. And this spirit has been undefeated since some of us became members of the African National Congress and cadres of the African National Congress since we were 19 years old. This country was liberated. To the young people of South Africa, please look up to these young women, because some people stand up and say you do not have people to look up to. These are the women which I believe young people of South Africa can look up to. Noting 2023 as a year of decisive action to advance people's interests individually and collectively, we are better off invoking the forces that draws us together and deploy our respective resources towards carrying out our national mission. Our national mission requires that we draw contributions from each one of us of our most precious resources, namely each South African, towards the better building of a society. Your needs must ignite the hearts of your immediate family, community, and the people of this land. Your best deeds must be directed towards molding the people's collective aspirations into a South African reality that we want. It is a time, Mr. President, that you spoke about gender-based violence, and it is this time that we have to be united against fighting all forms of ills in our society, and in particular violence. Not only violence against women and children, but violence in general, because we still suffer the hang-ups of the olden days of apartheid, the days which were instilled in us to say we need to fight at every corner. Now is the time for us to collectively fight against gender-based violence. We have a program which the President spoke to briefly, the National Strategic Plan on GBV. And Mr. President, may I take this opportunity to say to those who were criticizing and saying you didn't say much about it, it is our responsibility, all of us as ministers, to come here and explain exactly what we are going to do about it, how are we going to do it, and when are we going to do it. Owing to the rising cost of living and to the new view to cushion the most vulnerable among South Africans from the effects of known and novel risks alike, the Department of Social Development in its portfolio is in the process of devising something which scares some people, something that makes the people of South Africa have hope, and that is the basic income grant. We have already agreed that the people of South Africa who are most vulnerable need it. It is also about what we are going to do about it. While these historic conditions resulted in the innovative delivery of free basic services, including housing, health services, public amenities, and social grants to the majority of South Africa's population, I remind you that last year, Minister of Finance, the Honorable Enoch Godongwana, informed us that government will be spending 3.33 trillion on social wage over a period of 3 years. While we are entering the second year of the 3 years, we should particularly be mindful that this allocation is targeted at leaving no one behind. There are those, Mr. President, who say, where is the money going to come from? Let me remind us all that the majority of South Africans who are at home, who could have 20, 30 years ago taken care of themselves because they had jobs, because they could be able to take care of their future, they were unable to do that. So if they were not able to do that, it becomes our responsibility to take care of them. Notwithstanding the sharp economic growth slowdown globally and owing to centrality of the role of people in the reconstruction of our national life, the sixth administration continues to prioritize the provision of all categories of social wage. This government considers the dignity of each South African as indispensable, including le yenu nani nihleli ngapha ngakwa-left, neyenu indispensable. Mr. President, I wish to indicate to the people of South Africa that as a Department of Social Development, we will be coming back with a plan, just like all other ministers will be coming back with a plan. And the plan is to march towards 2024. Laba bathi bazosibonisa sobonisa bona.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable Imam Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, honorable members in the House. Allow me at the very outset to pay tribute to our artist who was gunned down, AKA. Condolences to his family and friends and the country at large, but also allow me to pay tribute to a selfless leader, Mr. President, that was brutally and mercilessly gunned down in Eldorado Park, Ayub Mangali. And his only fault was he was doing what we should be doing in this House, and that is protecting our communities from drug dealers and gangsterism. He was gunned down right in front of his house. May his soul rest in peace. Allow me also to express my disappointment that we have not said anything about the first indigenous nation who are the rightful heirs of the land, the water, and the minerals in this country. But let's hope that with the remaining part of the debate, something will be said in recognition of their own. Mr. President, we've heard a whole lot of political parties say a whole lot of things. And let us admit we are in a crisis and we've got lots of challenges in this country. But the question is, what are we going to do about it? I think the time has come to admit we have made mistakes. We are facing difficulties, and to come together as a united nation to find solutions in the interest of the 62 million people that we serve. Now, let me say this, Mr. President, sorry, through you, Honorable Speaker, or Madam Speaker. Local government will never come right, Mr. President. These coalition governments that you see that are collapsing on a daily basis are not collapsing because they care about the people on the ground. No, Mr. President. It is all about corruption and looting about where we can get more. When you get less today, then you will go there tomorrow. When you get more there, you'll come this side. That's what it is all about. So I want to plead with you, which I've done repeatedly, Mr. President, is close the gaps to corruption at local government level. Let's have a more credible and transparent process. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister is here of corporate governance, because with a very good contribution yesterday, what I'm saying is, let us, through the local media, provide on a monthly basis the names of every service provider who has been awarded contracts, together the names of those companies, the values, and the itemized billing. That will not eradicate it totally, but it will to some extent deter these corrupt politicians that are engaging in coalition governments, particularly if you see what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal and many other parts of the country. That is why there's very little or no delivery of services. Mr. President, I think one of the problems is, and I must agree, that if you're going to talk about a minister of electricity, we're going to need one of water. Because the crisis you're going to face in South Africa of water is going to be 10 times that of energy. I want to say it again and again. You don't need one for portals. I'm told we've already found one. But water is a crisis. Even though you talk about projects that we want to implement, you are losing 54% of water through leakage and poor infrastructure in the country. Mr. President, speak to your police officers and you will then find out why they are not motivated. A constable earns 13,000 rand a month and after deduction takes home about 7,000 or 8,000 rand. The moment he dons that outfit of the police services, and I'm not talking about branded goods of Gucci and others, Louis Vuitton, the police outfit, his life is already in danger. Do you know what they get, Mr. President? 400 rand for a danger allowance. Do you think they can do justice? No, they can't. Mr. President, we need to address the state of dysfunctional families. Last year, we had 91,000 children give birth to children in this country, and we think it's okay. Let me tell you the statistics of education, Mr. President. The pass rate in mathematics, in science is so dismal, and yet we talk about we're going to want engineers. What engineers are we going to produce? 60% of those that go to TVET colleges, which you're talking about, Mr. President, of funding 30,000, 60% drop out in the first year. That is the state. Children as old as 10 years old cannot read and write, Mr. President. So yes, indeed, my time is running out, restricted to 5 minutes. I have a lot more to say, Mr. President. Lastly, on the issue of land, what stops us from providing every South Africa through your family to your local government a piece of property which they can call home and give them back their dignity, give them the services of water and sanitation. 5 years later, they'll be happy. But distribute it today to every South African family through every local government in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Imam. I now invite the Honorable Nodada.
Somlomo Malunga Begegileyo, fellow South Africans, Molweni. Mr. President, I sat in these very benches attentively last Thursday to listen to your solemn speech. To be honest, I did so with little less hope than the thousands of parents who in 1994 put their trust in the ANC to escape oppression. They trusted that Bantu education would be replaced by quality education that would provide a pathway out of poverty and unemployment. Mr. President, imagine a child born into our democracy. Not only the parents' pride and joy, but a hope of a nation. Let's take the story of young Khanya, whose name means light, born in Xolobeni. 29 years into our democracy, Khanya will have to overcome so many obstacles if he is to become one of only 3 in every 10 young adults who are employed in this country living a life of dignity. He, like many, will quickly realize that he has had the misfortune of being born to one of the 30 million South Africans who live under 17 rand a day, stretching their support grant as far as possible to survive child stunting. The reality is that he will most likely be one of the 50% of grade 1 pupils who drop out and never complete matric. His parents will soon realize that he is one of 8 in 10 grade 4 children who can't read for meaning in any language, attending one of the 89% of schools without a library to even help with that reading. By grade 6, he surely would have been taught by one of the 1,575 unqualified teachers who fail exams for the very same subjects that they teach. Khanya might find himself in one of the chronically overcrowded classes, struggling with the pace and content of the CAPS curriculum. Khanya's light dimming by the day. Given that South African teachers spend an average of 12% less time teaching than planned, Khanya is most certainly going to be one of the 80% of children who will receive an education that is amongst the very worst in the world across all indicators, sending him to a lifetime of poverty. There's a high likelihood that his life, like thousands of other children, will be endangered in one of the 1,423 schools that still use pit toilets, and dilapidated mud and asbestos infrastructure, despite your ANC government's promise to eradicate them. Or he might lose his life to the violent crime and behavior on our school grounds, like Sean Mpela, who was fatally stabbed outside Gelixdal Secondary School in Brakpan. At this point, he may even consider dropping out, potentially joining the 3.8 million youth not in education, employment, or training, a figure that has increased by over 500,000 young people since your last SONA speech, Mr. President. If through sheer grit and determination, Kanya and millions of young South Africans learners beat these odds of poor quality teaching, overcrowding, dropping out, survive dying in a pit toilet or being stabbed to death, and in fact, actually pass a matric exam, chances are they will be part of the 68% of matrics without bachelor passes with slim chances of accessing an institution of higher learning. Mr. President, the real matric pass rate is in fact 54.6%, not 80.1%. This paints a darker picture than the one you tried to make us believe on Thursday. Your government has in fact left behind over 337,000 learners who should have completed matric in 2022. Mr. President, your government's sole focus on quantity means nothing if quality and depth in education is left out of the equation. Only 32% of this cohort achieved a bachelor's pass. And even worse, only 13% will access a university, and the rest will be left staring unemployment in the face. If Kanya and thousands of learners qualify to access a university, they might form part of the 50 to 60% of first-year learners who are unable to cope and fail due to poor foundational education. When the ANC education system is done with Kanya and the millions of young people, they will form part of the 7 in every 10 young people who are unemployed, standing at robots with their graduation gowns, seeking for jobs, sentenced to a lifetime of poverty by this ANC government. Mr. President, your party's broken education system has blacked out Kanya's light and shattered the hopes his parents once carried, load-shedding his future and the millions of young South Africans like him to a life of unemployment. This, sir, is your government's legacy, the new form of oppression. I-ANC sele ijike yangumbutho wengcindezelo igcinezela ulutsha laseMzantsi Afrika ngokubanika imfundo engekho semgangathweni, imfundo ezabaqhubela kubomi bentlupheko apho bengazufumana misebenzi baphele bengomahlalela bekhongozele kulo rhulumente we-ANC onguhlohle zakhe. Nilibulele ikamva labantwana beli mongameli. It was at this podium last year, sir, that you promised to eradicate pit toilets and rapidly build more schools to curb overcrowding. Yet nothing was budgeted, no mention of progress in your SONA speech, and you had accepted some of my proposals. At this podium is where I warned you that poor quality teaching is a major cause of poor quality outcomes, and that you should prioritize the professional development of teachers and establish an independent school monitoring evaluation authority to monitor quality teaching in the classroom. Still no action. I pleaded with you to track, trace, and retain learners to schools so that we don't lose them to unemployment, poverty, or crime. You agreed, yet there has been no mitigating strategy to curb the problem thus far. Early literacy is the key, Mr. President. Last year, I begged you to prioritize reading, writing, language, numeracy by backing it with a budget to catch up, yet there is still zero in the basic education budget for reading. There is no silent revolution happening in our schools. Sir, there is a thunderous crisis. However, there is one place working hard to give Kanya a pathway out of poverty, where more learners stay in school until matric, where quality teaching is monitored, there is an investment in reading for meaning, and infrastructure is being built. Through its rapid school build program, the DA-run Western Cape has managed to build an equivalent of one school in every 4 days. Through its independent school evaluation authority, the Western Cape is promoting quality teaching in the classroom, and therefore learners get quality education. And through its reading program, the DA-run Western Cape is going all out to address the reading crisis. If children can't read, they are doomed before they even begin. Children in the Western Cape schools are spending an extra 2 hours per week on reading, and a new budget of 111 million has been allocated for reading, targeted at Afrikaans and isiXhosa schools. That is why there's double the number of children who can read in the Western Cape in comparison to the rest of the country. Sir, your new special purpose vehicle must fly off the paper and be implemented. Fellow South Africans, I know that many of you are Kanya, and your light too has been blacked out by the ANC government. Now is the time to cut the ANC's power. Now is the time to vote for the DA that will forge an education pathway out of poverty. Like Madiba said, if the ANC does to you what the apartheid did to you, then you must do to the ANC what you did to the apartheid government. It is now time to end this oppression. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite order, honorable members. Order. I now. Thank you. I now invite Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Madam Speaker, Excellency President Ramaphosa, my colleagues in the executive, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the speaker who was pranking here like a small chihuahua eating at the heels must be very careful because he belongs to a party that easily do black shading. He might be black shade next week, so he must just prank very carefully. Mr. President, last year, in your State of the Nation address, you announced that the Department of Home Affairs will be hiring 10,000 unemployed graduates in the field of IT, record, and document management. Last week, you gave reports by making it known to the nation that the Department of Home Affairs has already appointed the first cohort of these 10,000. Mr. President, yes, we have divided the young ones into 3 cohorts. The first 2,000, the second 4,000, and the last 4,000. This first cohort has completed their training last week in Benoni and have already been dispatched to all provinces to start their important job, their first work in their life. These young people will be employed for a period of 3 years to transform these paper records into digital files. The advert for the second cohort of 4,000 is out already, and the closing period is in the next 2 weeks. All the 10,000 young people will be on the job by the end of April this year. I must state that the recruitment process unveiled young people with highly impressive qualifications and technical skills, like the 29-year-old Papedi Sibeng from Polokwane in Limpopo, who has a master's degree in information studies and was hence appointed as one of the managers' digitization project. I can assure Mr. President, this has got nothing to do with where the Minister of Home Affairs is coming from. It just happened. Your announcement, Mr. President, after your announcement, Mr. President, there are many people who were asking, what are these records all about? They are actually files of records of birth, marriage, death, IDs, passports, and other identification documents that are in our possession since 1895. Some of you in this House might regard this as a mundane project. His Excellency, Mr. President, some of these records have already helped some families to claim back their land because they were able to prove through the records who their ancestors were. Now, can you imagine if they were to fade away due to age, or worse still, to perish in a fire or some such natural disaster? State South Africa has been digitizing these files for the past 7 years, but we're only able to complete 5 million per annum. Thanks for Treasury for availing 2.4 billion rand for the next 3 financial years for this project of national significance. Members of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs often get irritated when members of the public complain that they've been waiting for a very long time for an amendment or a rectification on their name or date of birth. Remember, when you change anything on your ID, on your date of birth, I mean to say, or even your name, you actually get a new ID altogether. You are a new person. Some of these people even resort to the courts, and on many occasions, the courts rule in their favor. Now, where is the delay? We actually spend many months because officials have to literally forage among these 350 million records to check the original details that a person seeks to amend. So this project is a significant milestone for us in Home Affairs and the citizens as a whole. Many people will relish not having to pay repeated visits to Home Affairs as they are doing. Mr. President, annually, we get about 80,000 people who want to amend their date of birth or the spelling or something on their surname. And you can imagine having to look for 80,000 records among 350 million. During our budget vote last year, Mr. President, we announced that we are going to do everything in our power to provide the public with multiple platforms to acquire identification and travel documents from Home Affairs, to avoid the long queues and its attendant hardships. One such a platform is to offer services in the main shopping malls of the country, where people do not have to queue, but come and do their shopping while waiting for their turn to be served. I'm happy to announce that systems and equipment have already been set up at Mainland Mall in Tshwane, and we are ready to roll in the first week of March. Yes, Mr. President, in 3 weeks' time, you may go to Mainland and experience waiting to be served while you are doing your shopping. And I suggest you take Mr. Steenhuisen with you. He's making a lot of noise here. He must go and see what delivery is. Please invite him when you go. Immediately after officiating at Mainland, we will go to Cresta Mall in Johannesburg, the Pavilion in eThekwini, and Tiger Valley here in Cape Town. We believe that all of those will be functional before the end of the coming financial year. That means this calendar year. Mr. President, we have been accused of acquiring very expensive space from rich mall owners at a very high cost to the state. I want to mention here that for the next 5 years, we are not going to pay a single cent for rental because this project is mutualism. We bring people to the mall to shop, and the mall gives us space and other convenience facilities. So we both gain. On the day that will be opening Mainland Mall, we will significantly expand the platform to acquire identification documents. We'll be receiving 20 brand new vehicles, mobile Home Affairs units. That means Home Affairs on wheels to travel the length and breadth of the country, giving people their identification documents. We have already put an order for another 100 because these 20 are ready. They are just waiting to be delivered. They are in Gqeberha as I'm speaking at Nissan. but we have already made an order for another 100. In essence, it means we are increasing our mobile vehicles by 120%, and we'll do so every year, at least for the next 5 years. They are all fitted with inbuilt generators to deal with load shedding. Mr. President, we are on course and established the Border Management Authority. On the 14th of July last year, you are aware that we deployed 200 border guards, and we are waiting for Treasury for another 400 border guards. We have been justifiably ridiculed by some dishonest and disinterested people that we are trying to isolate South Africa from the rest of the continent when we manage our borders. Surprisingly, at the same time, we are being ridiculed for porous borders. Mr. President, every country I know of in the world is interested to know what is going on at their borders, what is coming in and what is going out. So we are not about to apologize to anybody for deploying border guards to do what other nations of the world are doing. In the past festive season, from 7 December 2022 to January 2023, the border guard processed 4,037,415 cross-border movements without any hurdle. This time around, because the BMA exists, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs did not have to go to the borders to do any oversight. The media, who were hiding at Beit Bridge, waiting for a catastrophe to happen in the form of chaotic congestion, were phoning us grudgingly asking what went wrong, why there are no problems at the borders, instead of asking what is that which we have done right this time around. Yes, we have deployed border guards. They have confiscated, just this December, 2,236 kilograms of non-compliant regulated agricultural projects, 4,120 pairs of counterfeit shoes, 8 bars of copper, 13 vehicles. If we count from July, 42 vehicles which are about to leave the country, 11 containers of diesel of 20 liters each. These are some of the things that they've been able to do. And they've stopped 13,620 undocumented people who wanted to enter our country illegally.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now suspend proceedings for 15 minutes break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended. Thank you.
I can hear you. Viewers, as you can see, the proceedings have been suspended for 15 minutes. The Speaker of the National Assembly has indicated that in exactly 15 minutes, the bells will be rung to reconvene. Viewers, as you can see, members are making their way out of the City Hall right now, as the Speaker of the National Assembly has suspended the proceedings for 15 minutes to give members an opportunity to take a comfort break. And of course, after 15 minutes, the bells will be rung again, and then members will be able to get into the City Hall again, and of course take their seats in order for the proceedings of the day to proceed. With that said, the first speaker, when the proceedings started at 1400 hours this afternoon, was the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Ntate Seiso Mohai, who opened up the debate, and it was ended with, of course, Ntate Aaron Motsoaledi, and he was the last person to speak. And then after that, we will, of course, continue with this joint debate to both houses. So now we are quickly going to go over. Let's take a look at this clip from the FF Plus in terms of, and this basically just outlines some of the issues that were raised by the FF Plus. Do stay tuned.
Honorable President,
As far as Eskom is concerned, I first want to ask you, you're going to appoint a minister for electricity. How many caterers do you need to change the bulb? One to hold the ladder, one to get on the ladder, one to pass on the bulb, and if they put it in, there's no electricity. You own Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources said it's only going to be a project manager. Those words should say something to you, because that minister doesn't see the new minister as an equal, only a project manager. Honorable President, it is common knowledge that black economic empowerment and affirmative action is one of the main reasons for the problems in Eskom. Their own employment equity plan determines that in the next 3 years, Eskom must get rid of 500 white men technicians with technical skills. Honorable President, I've urged you many times from this podium, let us get rid of black economic empowerment and affirmative action, because it's nothing else than the smokescreen for corruption. And even the Zondo Commission found so. The people of South Africa, and specifically the white people, and I said it many times, wants to build South Africa. Honorable President, are you aware of the fact that Mr. Japie van Zyl, he studied at Stellenbosch. He was a member of the South African Navy. He's an engineer. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020. But Japie van Zyl was the project manager for Perseverance on Mars. Are you aware of the fact that on the planet Mars, there is a mountain range named Japie van Zyl? That's acknowledgement for people from South Africa, irrespective of race. Honorable Chairperson, you said that we must take joint responsibility for Eskom. I want to put it very clearly. The Freedom Front Plus doesn't take responsibility for the crisis of Eskom. Yes, we have solutions. But Honorable President, and I will submit you with a 10-point plan of the Freedom Front Plus to solve the problem and the crisis. But the question is whether you're going to read it. Do you listen what opposition party leaders say to you? I don't experience that, unfortunately. So we do not take responsibility for the crisis. I also want to say, Honorable President, that you were put in charge in 2015 of the war room that was created by your predecessor. And a couple of things had been said, and I want to quote. On the 2nd of September 2015, you yourself said the following: in the next 18 months to 2 years, you will forget that the challenges we had with power, energy, and Eskom ever existed. Close quote. On the 3rd of April 2019, the Honourable Minister Pravin Gordhan said the following: Eskom aims to ensure that there will be no more load shedding from 3 April 2019. The same Honourable Gordhan said the other day, in fact the 25th of January, on an online symposium with the University of Johannesburg, he said, "We are now in the mood to urgently solve the crisis as soon as possible." Close quote. In the mood? Honourable Chairperson, maybe the Honourable Minister must visit the people on the streets and determine their mood when there is load shedding. And I can assure you, he will be surprised, because he doesn't know what is load shedding, because no minister gets load shedding. And I think it is arrogant, to say we are now in the mood.
House Chairperson, South Africa requires miracles to eliminate unemployment. If the economy was to achieve steady growth of 3% per annum for the next 14 years, which is nearly double the projections, the unemployment rate would be reduced to about 25%, but 8 million South Africans would still be without a job. No number of well-intended job creation schemes, entrepreneurial training programs, red tape reduction projects will alter these numbers. In the absence of miracles, the President's words, extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures, simply do apply. Mr. President, we cannot maintain such a high number of unemployed people in the absence of decisive mitigation measures to ensure people do not starve. We have no choice but to adopt an expanded cash transfer system as part of a comprehensive social security system overhaul, as a means of supporting and ensuring social and economic justice, constitutional rights, and stability. The announcement that the 350 Rand per month COVID grant will be continued is rather less than we had hoped for this year's SONA. Given the magnitude of the crisis of unemployment and the destitution and hunger of millions of people, this year's speech was the perfect opportunity to unequivocally commit the state to implementing a basic income grant. A comprehensive social security system can and must be implemented with the necessary political will. Inefficient government perks and programs must be closed. The number of government departments should be reduced. At a provincial level, there's an urgent need to reconsider spending that occurs through premiers' offices, and regressive or ineffective tax expenditure must be shut down or fixed. If we did these things, Mr. President, we could prioritize the needs of the neediest by implementing a basic income grant. Mr. President, the greatest barrier to entrepreneurship is not training or red tape, it is access to finance. If the World Bank is correct, we can halve our unemployment rate if we achieve the same level of entrepreneurship as our peer countries. We therefore support your view that growth and the creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by medium and small enterprises, cooperatives, and informal traders or businesses. But we must invest far more substantially in ensuring access to finance. The plan to provide 1.4 billion Rand in financing to over 90,000 entrepreneurs and the commitment to establish a 10 billion Rand SMME growth fund are good plans. But the fact is that if this finance is to be administered by the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, then that rings alarm bells. It was SEFA that implemented the President's Spaza Shop support program during COVID. SEFA implemented a complicated system that eventually paid out a minuscule 7,000 Rand to a small but unknown number of Spaza shops and general dealers. Mr. President, we urge your government to ensure that access to finance means exactly that, and that viable projects don't die in long queues and unprepared SEFA offices. We agree, Mr. President, that we must stay on the path outlined by the National Energy Action Plan, no matter how difficult this is in the short term, to end load shedding and in parallel implement a just transition to renewable energy. But the country deserved a clear timeline and an explanation for the slippage that has already crept in to the implementation of that plan. Last July, the President announced that generation capacity to be procured through bid window 6 would be doubled from 2,600 megawatts to 5,200 megawatts. But the list of preferred bidders that were announced on the 8th of December only provide a contracted capacity of 860 megawatts. Also, Mr. President, it is not clear how a tax incentive will enable a large-scale rollout of rooftop solar panels. This sounds like a scheme that would work only for the rich. We propose, Mr. President, that your government pursues the PACE, Property-Assessed Clean Energy Funding Model, which links financing of expensive solar energy systems to property ownership, and where repayment is made through property owners' municipal rates accounts over a 20-year period. This will widely extend the financial ability of property owners to join the rooftop revolution.
Mr. Herra.
Finally, Mr. President, we believe that you are wrong to chase the DA down the proposed rabbit hole of an electricity state of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Viewers, welcome back. If you're just joining us, you are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. As indicated a few minutes earlier, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mayor Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, has suspended the proceedings of the House for just about 15 minutes to give members a comfort break, and members are actually just about to make their way back into the City Hall in order for the proceedings of the day or the business of the day to continue, and that is, of course, day 2 of the joint debate for the 2023 State of the Nation address. This is, of course, an opportunity for members of Parliament to reflect on the commitments that have been made by the State President in his address, and of course the key issues that members are responding to. Broadly, it's not only the 7 priorities as announced in the State President's 2019 State of the Nation address, and of course they are also reflecting on where we are right now as a country, the current state of the economy, high levels of unemployment, and of course whether the State President's response or program of action for the year ahead actually is speaking to the development landscape and the challenges that ordinary South Africans are facing. And just to recap in terms of what those key issues are that the President has announced in his State of the Nation address, number 1, at the top of that list is, of course, the impact of load shedding and the far-reaching impact of load shedding on the economy and on all aspects of life. The President, of course, has given quite a number made a number of commitments with regards to how this challenge, this energy crisis will be addressed. And key amongst those commitments and solutions that have been put forth by the President is that national state of disaster that has been declared, and of course that second contentious commitment of appointing a new Minister of Electricity. Number 2 on that list of priorities is reducing the high levels of unemployment in the country. We know that by 2018, we had already been South Africa, the economy had already been in a technical recession, and by the time 2020 and the pandemic hit, in fact, our country was hard hit, not only because of the pandemic and the far-reaching impact of the COVID pandemic, but of course the rest of the global community also suffered a major blow. But for a developing country such as South Africa, obviously that was the impact was even harder, with many losing their jobs. But of course we will remember that the President did indicate that we seem to be recovering as a country, because just over 1 million jobs have been created in the last 2 quarters of the year. Another key issue that the President committed to addressing is, of course, the high levels of poverty and the rising cost of living. And of course, this is quite critical when we have less companies that are functional, when the economy is not growing, when there are less SMMEs, emerging SMMEs. It means that less people are working, and even with the businesses that were there before, with those businesses that have closed down, it means much more people are actually dependent on the state for their livelihood and to feed their families and to survive. And we know, of course, that the President did indicate that the social relief of distress grant will, of course, be continued in order to, provide that cushion, that much-needed cushion for those who are unable to look after themselves. And number 4 on that priority list is in terms of what has been committed to by the President is, of course, the issue of crime and corruption. The President did, of course, say that in terms of crime, There is a plan in place to actually bring in, to employ more police and to deploy more police, especially around the hotspots where we know there are high levels of crime and especially, violent crimes. And we know obviously the issue of gender-based violence and femicide falls squarely within that space of crime and high levels of crime and crimes that are committed against women and children. There is also, of course, the issue of corruption as well. We know that through the Zondo Commission, that report has now been given to Parliament. There are processes underway to ensure that the recommendations or the findings of the Zondo Commission are actually being implemented. And key amongst those, if we're talking about the role of Parliament, we have to remember that the Zondo Commission also in terms of one of its key findings, and that is in relation to the role, the constitutional mandate of Parliament, is that Parliament must actually go back and strengthen the manner in which it interprets its oversight role, its oversight mandate, and of course, how does Parliament then ensure that when it comes to crime and corruption, does it have the requisite, the necessary systems in place to ensure that in a proactive manner, issues of crime and corruption can be picked up and through oversight and accountability to the appropriate oversight and accountability mechanisms to address those issues more proactively and to reduce levels of, corrosive levels of crime, especially corruption. But of course, right now, members are coming back into the hall. They're making their way back, and the presiding officer has taken his seat, and the proceedings are about to be reconvened.
We will now proceed. And our first speaker is the Honorable Premier of the Northwest.
Thank you, Chairperson. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Cabinet Ministers, Deputy President of the governing party, Honorable Paul Mashatile, members of Parliament, leaders of political parties represented here today, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In his State of the Nation address, the Honorable President stated that the people of South Africa want action, they want solutions, they want implementation, and they want government to work for the people. In responding to this call, and what the people desire, our province has prioritized accelerated service delivery and job creation as key focus area for the next financial year. The foundation of such a program requires the building of capacity within government to allow departments and municipalities to discharge their responsibilities. And I want to speak about a real concrete example and take us away from hypothetical debates. When I try to illustrate that there's no truth in the statement that there has been lack of development in municipalities under the tenure of President Ramaphosa. So I want to take you to a concrete example. Ke batla go bua ka ko ke tswang teng. Ke tswa ko 1602 Mahura Street ko Vryburg. Ko gae go na le toilet e flashang, o press ya flasha. Ko gae go na le tepe e tswang metsi ya bula e tswang metsi. Ko gae go na le motlakase. Ko gae go na le motlakase. Matlakala a tseiwa tsiwa ko gae. Strata sa rona ga sa thariwa sna paving. Mara re tshwenyege. Di strata tse di kgolo tse di na le traffic ents. Bo Mosiapoa, bo Nelson Mandela, bo Oliver Tambo, di tharilwe. Rona tene ya rona e tlatla. Re ikopela ko batho ba Mahura Street re ha tene ya rona ya tla. the municipality is busy repairing other streets. This is happening in Coleridge in the Colored Township. I was called now the day by Mr. Kasim from Kismet Park, which is an Indian residential area. And he said to me, Premier, this road leading to our residential area is full of potholes. After 3 days, he sent me a WhatsApp and he said to me, I'm so happy they are repairing the road. 3 days. En ek is ook bewus. Ek is ook bewus want ek bly daar so. Ek praat nie nou teorie nie. Ek bly daar so. Ek is bewus dat daai straat, Voortrekkerstraat in Vryburg word ook herstel. En ek weet Dr. Van Zyl bly daar so. En hy is baie bly dat hierdie pad nou reggemaak word. Dr. Van Zyl was Dr. van Mamroet Mompati. I'm also pleased to notice that the cemeteries have been fenced. You know, for me, that restores dignity to people who are buried there. You know, last time I received a report that there was no water at Joe Morolong Hospital, and I was a little bit disturbed. But in no time, MEC Sambata gave me a report that they have managed to fill the reservoir. But maybe that is a short-term solution. He went further to say to me, we have discovered a borehole not very far from the hospital, and we are going to use that water to provide water to the hospital on a more sustainable basis. Mr. President, we are happy that you told us that we must address challenges of the present, and we are doing exactly that. I will, in fact, Mr. President, you are invited to come to Vryburg in April to officially open a state-of-the-art school there. But during that visit in Vryburg, where I come from, I'm not talking theory, but you must couple that visit with the opening of a new mall there. This mall came into being through the efforts of the municipality. And this mall is going to give employment to many people in that area. I want to turn my attention to the Sobota. I see many people here are in love with the Sobota. When we realized that there were problems in the Sobota, we formed a task team. And we worked with business. And we succeeded. We succeeded with business to tar roads there. Not using money from the municipality, but using contributions from business. We tarred roads there. They even repaired faulty traffic lights. I always thought that I have friends in the EFF. Now they are making noise. I always thought that I have friends in the EFF. Now why are they doing this to me? Now, many people speak glibly about 139 not working. And we listen to them. And some gentleman was here and he said that they were over 2 years. I think that is hyperbole. We accept that. There can't be truth in that statement. But we intervene. And can you tell us whether you still see 2 mayors? Can you tell us that? Because we intervene and we are fixing that municipality. And we are working very closely now with the DBSA and the university to build the capacity there. We are concerned more about solutions because we realized officials here do not have capacity, particularly project preparation and we are responding to the problem. You know, there are people who sometimes proclaim that there are no roads in the Northwest. They proclaim that there are no roads. But I'm the one who uses those roads more than any other person. I travel from Mafikeng to Rustenburg. I travel from Mafikeng to Klerksdorp. I travel from Mafikeng to Schweizer. I travel from Mafikeng to Madibo. And I don't hit any pothole. So, well, it is true that some of our roads are not in good condition. In as much as it is true that some roads are in excellent condition. So that's the picture. That's the true picture. Boere dikwels klaar oor daai pad tussen Wolmaranstad en Schweizerreneke. En hulle het klaar ook oor daai pad tussen Koster en Lichtenberg. En hulle het klaar oor daai ander pad tussen Ottosdal en Delareyville. En luister hierso, luister 'n bietjie. Ons het daar gegaan, daai pad tussen Ottosdal en Delareyville. Die groot gedeelte van daai pad is klaar gemaak. Ek was daar, ek het met my eie 2 oë gesien. En die pad is uitstekend. Ek is bly daaroor.
Honorable Premier, just a second. Honorable member, your hand is up. On what point are you raising?
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. Yes, members are allowed to hail, but now they are drowning the speaker and you are not protecting the speaker. Please protect the speaker, Honorable Chairperson. They are drowning the speaker. The speaker is not breathing. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure there's no harm in a little bit of heckling, but to drown a speaker is another question altogether. Please proceed, Premier. Please proceed, Premier.
There's this story that people like, the Clover story. The Clover story. Now, when we were told that Clover was disinvesting from Lichtenberg, we were very worried. We formed a group with some Africans to look at the problem.
Honorable members.
And we did not understand what the cause of the problem was. Until the matter was taken to court. Until the matter was taken to court. And in court papers, Clover stated that the company has been operating in a difficult environment. Hence the need to embark on a restructuring. And they ended up relocating from Lichtenberg, Milnerton, City Deep, Heilbronn, Frankfurt, and other places. And I had the opportunity to speak to one of the farmers there. And I said to me, "Money worry or Clover nie. Their business model is not working here. We want to take over their premises. We want to operate there. And we as South Africans are aware that we don't have electricity. But we are prepared to buy a generator. We know to ensure that we operate." This is what we want to hear from South Africans. You know, I really never thought about a fight with the EFF. I really never. You have been well behaved for the whole day. How can a person like me provoke you to howl like this?
Order, honorable members. Order.
We have been interacting with business in the Northwest. we have interacted with the mines. And the person that initiated this interaction with the mines is Honorable Gwede Mantashe. And we met with PPM. We met with PPM. And PPM, Pilanesberg Platinum Mines. And they said over a 5-year period, they are investing 9 billion. And in that investment, they are going to create 3,300 jobs. And you know, the DA, if you go on like this, I'll respond to you. The EFF, I won't, but you, I want you.
All the honorable members, can we just ensure that the speaker is able to continue? Can we have a bit of order?
We met with several mines, Samanco and the others, and they are all saying we are expanding. They are all saying we like your support. We met with the tourism sector. They said repair these roads. We are meeting regularly with organized agriculture. Praat net was daar aan die tooi. Praat net met Boeta die tooi en Nodepinar. Ons ontmoet gereeld. Ons praat van landbou in die provinsie. Hoe om dit te gebruik om werk te skep en ons maak vooruitgang. Some people say that there's nothing happening in the country. I want to tell you, there's a company there called Supreme Chicken. Supreme Chicken invited me and they said, we want to expand. They have operations all over our province. And they said, we want to invest and expand. And you know, it's not only them. Many involved in the chicken industry are expanding. As a result, I think we are becoming the #1 province in the production of chicken. I'm just telling you a few stories. Mara, aangezien die DA belang stel in my. Ek wonder hoekom stel hulle belang in my. I just want to say this. You are happy, Honorable Eerste Hazen. You never lived in apartheid South Africa. You know, we experienced a situation where our names could be changed willy-nilly. If you're Mtimkulu, the next day, you know, you become Grootboom. And so since you are Steenhuisen, maybe you can become Brick House. And we say Brick House. And you must note that when they do that, they continue to bastardize your name. You may not even end with Brick House. You may become Brick something. But that doesn't worry me what brick you'll become, Brick something. What worries me is your statement wherein you said people will vote for you. I don't know, you only think of black people when you want their votes. You don't think about them as leaders. And in that, we think you are being patronizing and paternalistic. And we really do not like that. But I want to advise you, go and read a book by Amika Cabral, Unity and Struggle. In that book, he defines what people means. And when you read it carefully, you'll realize that you do not qualify to be called people. In fact, your party represents the antithesis of people. Laat ek net bietjie praat met Groenewald en die tooi. Hou op, de Groenewald. Hou op, Groenewald. Moenie hier kom en vir ons vertel BEE en affirmative action is verkeerd.
Yes, as you move towards closing, Premier, the time, yeah. Okay. Now, thank you very much, Premier. We will now proceed to Honorable Nana.
The less said about the Premier of Northwest, the better. It explains why Northwest is in such a mess. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, ngale njikalanga nami mandizeke mzekweni ndizibulisele kuni noshumi. I'm about to say something the majority of this House would not want to hear. But unfortunately, it is the truth, and I'll speak truth to power. Apartheid was bad. Apartheid was very bad. Apartheid left many of us with physical and emotional wounds, and scars are still showing. But not everything was bad about apartheid. The democratic government was bequeathed with SOEs, with, amongst other things, well-established and functioning SOEs. Guess what you, the ANC, did?
Honorable Nana, just a minute. The man at the back. No, at the back. At the back. On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
Yo. Yeah, this is very worrisome. Apartheid is a crime against humanity. Chair, can you rule this man, this honorable member, to order? There's no way that he can say apartheid was never bad on all centers. Apartheid was bad on every life of South Africans.
Thank you very much.
Including the same white people.
Thank you very much.
Under apartheid, they were very bad.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, but that's not the point of order. Please proceed, Nana.
Please look at my time, Honorable Chair. The democratic government was bequeathed with, amongst other things, well-established and functioning SOEs. Guess what you did, the ANC, with Eskom, SAA, SA Express, Petro SA, PRASA, South African Post Office, SABC, Transnet, to mention just a few. The corrupt ANC government systematically obliterated each of these entities, some to extinction, whilst others are a shadow of their former glory, costing a taxpayer a fortune. The failed ANC government gives credence to unfounded stereotypes that blacks cannot govern, and South Africa will be just another failed typical African state. Many South Africans go to bed without food. Others are losing their jobs on a daily basis. Businesses are closing due to load shedding. Is it not shameful the Minister of Arts and Culture, despite all of this, wanted to spend 22 million rands on a 100-meter tall flag? To add insult to injury, South African tourism wants to sponsor Tottenham Hotspur by a nearly 1 billion rands. These are nothing else but a waste of taxpayers' money by a government that is out of touch with the hardships of its citizens. Mr. President, your cadres in the Eastern Cape municipalities have taken rot, maladministration, and corruption to new heights. Public infrastructure is in many municipalities either near or completely collapsed. and Inokum Gijima is leading the pack. Shortly before 2021 local government elections, in an attempt by the ANC to get votes, a pomp ribbon cutting event for the official opening of a 15 million rand stadium in Komani badly backfired. It later transpired that, in fact, this GOAT track called Lessiton Sports Field was costing about 22 million. In February 2022, the cash-strapped Inokum Gijima was at it again. This time they had awarded a tender to construct a mere 6.7 kilometers of road at a cost of 97 million. Industry experts will tell you the cost of constructing 1 kilometer of road will cost you just over R1 million. These days, after shaking an ANC member's hand, you better count your fingers just in case one, if not all of your fingers are missing. Honorable members, let me be clear. The collapse of infrastructure in our municipalities is as a result of a corruption perpetuated with impunity by the ANC. However, it is not all doom and gloom in the Eastern Cape. As the saying goes, every dark cloud has a silver lining. A Democratic Alliance government in Koka municipality is that silver lining. Having inherited a bankrupt municipality from a corrupt ANC administration in 2016, the late executive mayor, Elsa van Lingen, together with her team, rolled up their sleeves, got stuck in to clean up an ANC mess. Whilst the country is suffering from load shedding with no plans in place from the governing party except the Minister of Electricity, the executive mayor of Koka municipality, Horatio Hendricks, and his team is aiming to be less dependent from Eskom. Our government will be undertaking a 6-month feasibility study to determine viability of alternative means of renewable energy and power generation by independent power producers. This study will be completed by the end of June. Koka has been hardest hit, honorable members.
As we move towards closing,
Koka has been hardest hit, honorable members, by the longest drought, and they are working all out to provide clean and drinkable water for their citizens. Honorable President,
your time is up.
Start clearing up your desk in union buildings. Your time is up. John Vulligate wants the keys. Siyabangena.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable PM Hadebe.
I think it was Steve Biko who once said the most important weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Honorable Nana is the living example of that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Mr. President, all protocol observed. It is one of those greatest fantastic moments in life for me to be standing parallel to you, perpendicular to the ground and vertical opposite to the force of gravity. Mr. President, one of our outstanding freedom fighter, Walter Sisulu, famously said, "It is the law of life that problems arise when conditions are there for their solutions." Mr. President, last week when you delivered the State of the Nation address, you highlighted monumental achievement of this government in meeting the needs of our people. Your address, Mr. President, was an appeal for us to remain hopeful as we navigate difficult challenges we face as a nation. You called on us to reignite the resilient spirit of our forefathers, our fallen martyrs who against all odds fought fearlessly and defeated apartheid in order for us to attain freedom in our lifetime. You gave us hope against despair, Mr. President, a sense of purpose against disillusionment, and courage in the face of adversity. Indeed, Mr. President, it was a sounding call to come together, stand united as we build our country in the hope for a better tomorrow. Mr. President, you demonstrated acute awareness of challenges we face. You inspired the nation when you said, and I quote, "Whatever difficulties of the moment, whatever crises we face, we will rise to meet them together, and together we will overcome them," close quote. Yes, Mr. President, united we stand and divided we shall fall, like the red overalls and Teletubbies on Thursday. When they tried to climb the stage, they fell because they were divided. Madam Speaker, one of the critical challenges highlighted by the President was the question of corruption. On this note, President, you presented concrete steps, progress, and gains that have been made in reinvigorating our law enforcement agencies to intensify criminal prosecution on state capture networks, recovery of stolen funds, and the seizure of ill-gotten assets. It is on this basis, honorable members, that I rise like a phoenix on behalf of the African National Congress to commend the good work done under the stewardship and the firm hands of you, Mr. President. Now, yesterday, honorable members, there was one DA honorable member, his initials are LA. He said, "Mr. President, not even one person believes that you are serious about fighting crime," close quote. What a joke. Mr. President, fellow South African, today I stand before you to demonstrate decisive action from the executive and our law enforcement agencies in addressing corruption and maladministration. This administration, led by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, has placed combating corruption as a critical priority, and the parliament, in the capable hands of DJ Pemza, aka Waichukucha, has also played its oversight role in ensuring accountability and action is taken in the fight against corruption. Our law enforcement agencies are fully equipped. They operate independently without fear and favor. Now, fellow South Africans, here are the facts, but not fictions. Amongst other critical successes in the fight against corruption, the NPA Investigative Directorate has finalized a long overdue but extensive settlement process with a Swedish-Swiss multi-corporate business, ABB. And this company has paid back 1.5 billion punitive reparation to South Africa. This payment is part of the NPA funding about criminal probe into systematic corruption at Eskom, and the company has been blacklisted. Facts, not fiction. NPA Investigative Directorate, only established in 2019, has taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture and corruption cases. Facts, not fiction. Over 7 billion has been returned to the state from the state capture cases, including Mackenzie and Company, 1 billion settlement related to Eskom. To date, fellow South Africans, 12.5 billion of funds and assets have been frozen. Now, this is a decisive action, and we should commend and welcome the leadership of Mr. President and our law enforcement agencies. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, indeed, this administration under the ANC has taken firm stand against corruption, malfeasance, in the interest of our people and our revolutionary advance through a truly ethical, democratic development state. Fellow South Africans, only on the 1st of April 2020 to 31st of December 2022, under the capable hands of Advocate Mutibi, the SIU Special Investigating Unit has referred 384 companies to be blacklisted. Now, honorable members, blacklisting is one of the important steps to implement consequence management, and it ensures that implicated companies are restricted from doing business with the state. 384 companies are now prohibited from doing business with the state. Still on SIU, 110 number of motivation for proclamation have been submitted to the President via the Department of Justice. Out of 110, 69 have been gazetted. 41 are currently being processed by the Department of Justice. Now, as a result of that, just one financial year, 2021-2022, 6.2 billion rand value of potential losses have been prevented. Facts, 5.5 billion rand value of contract and administrative decision have been set aside and deemed invalid. Now, this is the sterling work done by Advocate Mutibi and his excellent team in the SIU. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, numbers don't lie. DA and Mr. John Wick, Honorable Steenhuisen, you are entitled to your own opinion, but surely you are not entitled to your own facts. Now, allow me, DJ Pemza, to take a swipe and deviate and deal with the myth of the DA, that where they govern better. By the way, I am a MP deployed in Khayelitsha. Khayelitsha is my PCO. Let's deal with the public transport. City of Cape Town is a tale of two cities, a city for the rich and a city for the poor. In the city of Cape Town,
as we move towards closing, honorable member,
let me take this opportunity, as I conclude, let me take this opportunity and thank you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership last week. Bahlangane nembila ithutha ihola emhlophe phambili ama-overall agcwala umoya bezwa ngathi bayasha kanti vele sebashile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable N. Hadebe.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency, the President, honorable members. Mr. President, considering that you engaged with us on the state of our nation, let us respond with a discussion on the experiences of the people of our nation. In your address, you communicated that the Department of Water truly has deep knowledge of what is needed. However, the lived experiences of South Africans highlight the department's shallow understanding of the water crisis. During the 2022 NCOP taking Parliament to the people in KwaZulu-Natal, where you were also present, Mr. President, members of the public reported that in the Ugu district, it can take 6 weeks between water deliveries. They claimed that Izingolweni Ward 33 has been without water for 10 years. However, the day before the last municipal elections, water came gushing out of the community tap in this community. This lasted until 10 a.m. the following day and then ran dry, which raises the question if there really is no water or just indifferences from the ANC-led government to provide the services to the people. The Minister of Water and Sanitation visited Ugu in both July and November, yet nothing has changed. Water is already a crisis in South Africa, and we cannot ignore the warning signs following the same route as the energy crisis. Immediate intervention is needed if we want to avoid another declaration of disaster in years to come. At municipal level, we are given the perfect example of the government's lacking ability to deliver services even under conditions favorable for rectification. When municipalities are placed under administration under Section 139, it means that they are desperately in need of help from those who have the skills to execute an emergency plan so that service delivery becomes the main focus. Unfortunately, we are seeing ineffective administrators merely shift from one failing municipality to another. These administrators have little oversight, and there is lack of clarity on the requirements for consideration of the administrator role and the performance tools used to monitor them. A few years ago, you signed performance agreement with your cabinet in what seemed like a promise to afford South Africa the accountability and service delivery that we deserve. Regrettably, the terms of the agreement you have entered into have found to have no bite when it comes to ensuring that our cabinet is free from corruption and is orientated towards service delivery objectives. As the respective ministers at the 2022 NCOP week stood up to the podium to address the plight of the people, which highlighted the true state of the nation, they were unable to empathize and engage beyond their prepared notes. This emphasizes the disconnect between our country's people and her government. Mr. President, last week in an IFP statement, we mentioned that in your SONA 2022, you highlighted the role of entrepreneurs and small businesses and praised Mr. Thabo Makhubu, Mr. Thando Makhubu, the founder of an ice cream shop, the Soweto Creamery, whose business provides employment to 4 people. Fast forward to SONA 2023.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next to speak is Honorable the Minister of Basic Education.
Chair, The Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Matamela Ramaphosa, the Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, the Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, leaders of different political parties, whips, colleagues, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, I stand here to address you in full support of the State of the Nation address, which was delivered by our President. But allow me, Speaker, to quote from the February 2021 publication of the Development Bank of South Africa, which succinctly summarizes the role of education in economic development. And he says, and I quote, "Education in every sense is one of the fundamental factors of development. No country can achieve sustainable economic development without substantial investment in human capital. Education enriches people's understanding of themselves and the world. It improves the quality of their lives. It leads to broad social benefits to individuals and society, and it raises people's productivity and creativity, promoting entrepreneurship, technological advances, and plays a crucial role in securing economic and social progress in improving incomes. Therefore, Chair, access to retention as well as inputs in the quality of equitable education are very critical determinants of strategic and structural development of the social, political, economic of every country. We are, Chair, as the ruling party, very proud and encouraged of the improvements we've made in schools. We, on the other hand, also concede that more needs to be done to contribute to skills, knowledge, competencies, and innovations. The ruling party, indeed, being great as it is, was correct in declaring education a societal matter, laying a solid foundation for an equitable, quality, and efficient education system. It is thus very important to acknowledge the work that has been done by the business or partnerships that we have struck with business, with different provincial departments, with civil society, statutory bodies, learners, teachers, and parents. Speaker, I can say we can report that our basic education system is indeed a system on the rise, a fact that was recently recognized by the World Economic Forum in its expose of countries with the best education system in Africa. From amongst the all African countries, South Africa was rated the 4th top country with the best education in the continent. South Africa followed at number 4, it followed Mauritania, which has a population of 4.6 million. It was the 3rd best system. Tunisia, a population of 12.3 million. It was the 2nd best system. And Seychelles was the leading African country with a population of less than 100,000 people. So indeed, in terms of our size, we remain the best system in the continent. And Achomna. So President, as we were congratulating the class of 2022 with a remarkable pass of over 80%, we really have to congratulate them and say, and other points I've raised before about the class of 2022. But I think we'll be making a mistake if I'm not that I'm uyazithethela umntana womntu uthetha into angayaziyo uza ngamahemhem apha engathi ukuthi uwathathephi. And I will respond to some of the things that Nodata has said. Amongst others, before this I want to remind the group here, or the house there, that this cohort that gave us 80 plus a pass rate, it's a group that was registered for grade 1 in 2011, out of 1.8 million, 1.1 million, 775,000 of them assessed education, which equates to about 65.7% of the pass rate, bearing in mind that currently we even have 500,000 learners in TVET colleges, and 400,000 of them went straight to TVET colleges coming from schools. And again, Chair, want to say also that this cohort is the 2nd highest pass rate which was achieved since the introduction of the National Senior Certificate exams. ANC, you wonderful Cape Town, and I really don't want to compete with Cape Town, because Cape Town kids also are our kids, and we are a national structure. We really appreciate all of them, but can say this very cohort has seen one of the biggest provinces in KZN, even Ibabuselemva or Skun Khasek, Yababega Papu for Beshege Pagu. So some of the facts that we want to raise will be contained in the report. The other point I also want to raise is this myth about 30%. And I want to say it slowly, Chair. I think I should briefly speak to the notion of the pass rate of 30%, which has been a subject of discussion for some time now. Let me start off by saying that the notion that you can pass your matric by just obtaining 30% is not true. Actually, the current system does not work on averages. If any candidate gets 30% aggregate, that candidate will have failed. I just want to remind members of the public about what are the requirements. For instance, to get a bachelor study, which is the majority of learners that passed in this 81%, you have to pass at least one subject at 40%, which is your home language, and doesn't mean that you have to get a 40%. 4 of your subject must be at 50%. To get a diploma, you have to get minimum of 40%, and 3 of your subjects must be at 40%. And the requirements are saying that you must at least pass 6, or average, 6 out of 7 subjects for you to pass. So as Story said, 30%, I think it's been raised. And I really want to also report, Chair, that the concerns that were raised on this matter, as early as 2014, President, I did establish a ministerial task team to evaluate the National Senior Certificate and address some of the concerns raised. And the team was led by Professor Brian Cornell, comprising distinguished and experienced educationists. Professor Harvey was there, Elspeth Campbell was there, Godwin Kosa was there, Professor Sharon Mutala was in that committee, and Professor Ranuku Vital was there. And they made a number of recommendations, amongst others saying we have to reduce the number of examinable subjects from 6 to 7. And we decided to keep it at 7 because we really felt that we still want very high quality passes. But the long and short of the report was saying, and I want to quote, it says, let me repeat. It recommended that the overall recommendation of this team, was that we should retain the past requirements of basic national certificate as is. Teto professor, Teto professor, Bachonjan, and so on, even my Melavanta Ngendla Betty, this out. Oh, Prof. Patendi, that's why we're here. So, Speaker, I also wish to inform the South African Council that as the South African Council of Educators, we have also agreed on a comparative analysis of provincial performance using a basket of indicators, compromising the overall pass rate so that we not only rely on percentages, but look at a basket of indicators. And they really give us very interesting results, which show that there's no province in essence outside the percentages, which is better than any other. Those basket of indicators will indicate that KZN has the highest uptake of maths. It will indicate that Limpopo and Eastern Cape has the highest retention so that kids don't drop out earlier. And it will also show quite a number of indicators that are not found even in what you call your top provinces, and we'll be using that in the future. But we also wish to inform the public on the latest innovations we are currently piloting to better understand the learning trajectory from primary to secondary schools, a systemic evaluation study which is currently underway.
As you move towards closing.
Which one?
I'm saying time, Minister.
Which other bill?
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to Honorable Jafta. Honorable SM Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. President Ramaphosa delivered his 7th State of the Nation address last week, Thursday. Let's do the count properly. In his first address in 2018, the President extensively recited Hugh Masekela's composition, Tumamina. In retrospect, we know that the meaning of the song has been distorted throughout the President's term. There is no hand shown to lend. There is, in fact, a regression of the past years and a complete lack of vision. In our view, it was ironic that the President left out Letambulu's iconic song that says, "Not yet Uhuru," back in 2018. The song depicts the real state of our nation. Mbulu reminds us in the song that, I quote, "Umhlaba wakithi usemi ndawonye, akukho mehluko kulelizwe." She goes on to say, "Ilifa lezithutha lidliwa ngabahlakaniphileyo," close quote. And as expected, she urges South Africans to break the shackles. This sentiment is unusually shared across the spectrum and among retired judges, academics, professionals, capital, trade unions, the working class, and the poor. They all insist that the crippling electricity supply, state corruption, and the dire living condition of our people must rally everyone into action to end the reign of this poor administration. This cohort believes that the current crisis constitutes a failed revolution. Honorable members, the President is fond of hope. The following timeline reflects this obsession. From 2019, the word hope appears not less than 15 times in his multiple SONA addresses to the nation. The President is perpetually hopeful. It is not hope, regrettably, that will address the widening Gini coefficient and income per capita divide in the country. Hope will not get us secure electricity. Hope will not reverse the impacts of load shedding on businesses and farmers who continue to be the hardest hit by this calamity. We need decisive leadership, not hope. We know under President Mbeki that the interest of the country took precedence over those of ANC membership. President Mbeki would not have created an electricity department for fear of firing a dismal energy minister. Where is the Mbeki courage, the Mbeki foresight? Honorable members, it is this courage and foresight which saw a budget surplus of 0.6% of GDP back in 2007. Honorable Chair, the President must lead with a firm hand. The President has to realize that given that the South African coal is competitive on the world market, Eskom will be affected by increases in coal exports. To deal with this, the President must urgently proclaim coal as a strategic resource in order to disconnect the domestic market price from the export price. This will be a temporal measure pending the maintenance of Eskom's power plants. We are also of the view that demanding ministers to meet their KPIs instead of burdening the fiscus with continuous duplicate written appointments conjures up bold leadership. In closing, we wish to offer the following solutions to the President. To end unemployment among unemployed graduates, a graduate supply development fund must be created to provide seed funding for graduates who want to be entrepreneurs. So the President must be decisive, and we
as you close,
also want to advise him to say to bolster the capacity of the state to industrialize an import substitution strategy must be established immediately. To end load shedding, electricity generation must be left to the private players, at least in the interim, while Eskom continues to maintain its old plans. I thank you.
The next speaker is going to be the Premier of Mpumalanga province.
Madam Speaker and Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, our honorable members. Chairperson, I want to join the millions of South Africans who have congratulated you, Mr. President, for delivering a comprehensive address premised upon unity in purpose to steer this country back to the path of sustainable development in this year of decisive action to advance the people's interest and the renewal of our nation. It is fitting that the President delivered the proverbial umkombandlela for government at all levels, here in the City Hall of Cape Town, where the father of our nation, Utata Nelson Mandela, gave his first public address as a free man 33 years ago. Mr. President, your presence on that seminal day and the faith Utata Mandela had in you primed you to lead this beautiful nation through the most challenging period since the advent of our democratic dispensation. Just like Utata Mandela, you are an emissary of hope for a better future of our people. Your address last week reminded all of us of a South Africa we want to build for the benefit of our future generations. A South Africa with equal opportunities. A South Africa that actively protects the dignity of her people. And in South Africa, that brings to fruition the Freedom Charter's declaration that no government can claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Our renowned constitution and the laws that stems from it have shown that no political democracy can survive if the majority of our people remain in poverty and without prospects for a better life. As such, our work in Mpumalanga is premised upon accelerating socio-economic transformation that will materially change the quality of life of our people. We welcome the bold and ambitious initiatives that shall be embarked upon to address the electricity shortfall. We agree with you that in a short term, priority should be given to fixing Eskom's coal-fired power stations in order to improve the existing supply. Secondly, and most importantly, from Mpumalanga's perspective, is the acceleration of procurement of new capacity from renewable gas and battery storage. We have taken heed of what the President emphasized in the SONA address when he stated that, I quote, "We will continue our just transition to a low-carbon economy at a pace our country can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. Above all, our just transition will prioritize workers and communities in vulnerable industries to ensure that no one is left behind," close quote. As we are all aware, Mpumalanga is home to 12 coal power stations that produce 80% of electricity for the country. Most of these power stations are now reaching the end of their lifespan. One of them has already been decommissioned. We are also mindful that most of the economic activities that are polluting the environment, leading to high carbon emissions, are based in Mpumalanga. The impact of these carbon emissions is catastrophic, not only to the environment, but also to the overall health of our people, and therefore we need to double our effort to balance economic activities in our province with the agency to transition to a low-carbon economy. In an effort to adequately balance the issue of high carbon emissions and the need to produce sustainable and green energy, we convened an energy summit last year. The summit brought together stakeholders from various sectors, such as government at all levels, our private sector, civil society formations, and organized labor. Along with an incredible inheritance of mineral resources, our province also has extremely rich solar and wind resources. As technology has evolved, it is now becoming possible to convert this wind and solar resources into sources of clean energy and value for the province. When we hosted the Energy Summit, we were aware that globally and in South Africa, there are increasingly urgent imperatives for low-carbon development. The summit gave more drive and a sense of agency towards the implementation of the Mpumalanga Green Economic Development Plan. The plan propagates the proactive exploration of opportunities in the green economy for opportunity-led growth and to transition our economy to a labor-absorbing, green-focused province. At this summit, a new vehicle of partnership was launched. This is the Mpumalanga Green Energy Cluster Agency, which is comprised of representatives from academia, industry, and government. 10 months into its existence, I am pleased to report that the agency is already working with private sector players to remove barriers to the development of over 3 gigawatts of renewable energy projects in our province. Since the launch of this agency, I am happy to also announce the signing of over 78 billion rand worth of investment declarations by developers interested in investing in renewable energy projects in our province. This makes it even more urgent to remove barriers to economic development embedded in our bureaucratic processes as spheres of government to enable these investments. To this end, the Green Cluster Agency has produced market intelligence report for the green economy, identifying and quantifying opportunities for green jobs and investments in water, agriculture, and energy value chains. For us in Mpumalanga, just transition is not only limited to energy, but also to preserving our scarce water resources, pursuing agriculture in a climate-friendly manner, investing in skills, and promoting circular economic activities. All these practices are crucial in saving our planet. We will position our province to remain an energy hub that plays a leading role in the production of renewable energy and associated activities. We shall apply for the classification of the second SEZ in Secunda in support of the green energy and associated industries. Working in partnership with the Presidential Climate Commission, the Climate Investment Fund, and the World Bank, we are exploring plans to diversify our local economies to reduce dependency on coal, reskilling and upskilling the most vulnerable in the labor force, and supporting small businesses and cooperatives in local communities to access emerging opportunities in green economic sector. Once again, we remain thankful to you, Mr. President, for raising the matter of climate change and the just transition in a manner that takes into account the importance of concrete actions for mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable economic development pathways. Chairperson, the hard lockdown has had an adverse impact on employment in our province, especially amongst women, young people, and people with disabilities. To contextualize and put this into perspective, our unemployment rate was at around 35.1%. Worryingly, the unemployment rate amongst young people between the age of 15 and 34 years is around 46.5%. In order to decisively address this problem, we have developed the Mpumalanga Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan. This plan is an important vehicle to accelerate the implementation of key catalytic projects, which will not only stimulate growth, but shall also be highly labor-intensive, with a key focus on young people, women, and people with disabilities. Through this plan, we will be rolling out high-impact green economy initiatives and industrialization through localization, employment stimulus initiative, tourism, agriculture programs. An important pillar of the MERRP is the strategic positioning of our province as a tourism destination of choice. Our province is endowed with tourist attractions that encompass scenic beauty, wildlife, and diverse heritage. We're in a process of augmenting our natural attractions with artificial and adventurous sites. One of the key sites whose construction will commence in March this year is the God's Window Skywalk, which is a PPP project aimed at attracting between 45 to 60,000 tourists along the Panorama Tourism Road. The project is planned to be complete and operation in March 2025. Another PPP project is the development of a cable car linking Three Rondavels View Site and Swatini Dam. In the Barberton Makonjwa Mountain Heritage Site, we will be building an education center, geosites, and geotrails in order to make the site appealing to academic tourists interested in anthropology. All these developments are aimed at increasing tourist arrivals, both domestically and internationally. Chairperson, in order to address the scourge of youth unemployment and the acceleration of youth participation in the mainstream economy, we came up with an initiative to support youth-owned enterprises called the Premier's Youth Development Fund, which has to date funded 97 entrepreneurs to the tune of 140 million in various sectors of the economy. The impact of the Premier's Youth Development Fund has been enormous and has resulted in the creation of sustainable employment opportunities for young people, women, and people with disabilities. Chairperson, the ANC-led government is driven by the moral duty to preserve the dignity of the people of our beautiful country. In our province, a large majority of our people now have access to water, not negating the fact that some of our communities are still accessing water through water tankers and communal standpipes. In order to address these challenges, we are in a process of rolling out the massive Loskop Dam Regional Bulk Augmentation Project, which will benefit the people of both Tembisile-Hani and Dr. J.S. Moroka local municipalities. Secondly, the construction of a dam in the city of Mbombela will further enhance and guarantee reliable bulk provision for our communities. Feasibility studies are currently underway, and indications are such that the dam construction shall be completed by 2027. Our consistent implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, as guided by the strategic intervention announced by you, Mr. President, is gradually paying off. The implementation of the district development model is also beginning to show positive results. Since its inception in 2021, all three spheres of governments have been working closely together, especially on high-impact catalytic projects yielding better synergies, economies of scale, and stronger intergovernmental relations. Our district municipalities are now central in the implementation of service delivery programs within their respective districts. Projects such as Nkomazi SEZ, God's Window Skywalk, Nkosi City, Steve Tshwete Hotel and Convention Center, Loskop, to name just a few, which are projects that have attracted billions of rands of investments. Chairperson, we also want to applaud the security cluster for having worked swiftly with other sectors of law enforcement in government to bring stability in Mkhondo municipality. For a long period of time, the people of Mkhondo have been living in fear and terror of the rolling brazen shooting that have been going on in the area. We also welcome the recent decision by the Minister of Police to establish a dedicated investigative unit to investigate 19 politically related matters that have blighted our province for the past 15 years. We want to urge both the Minister of Police and Justice to ensure that justice is indeed served. Our province not only managed to arrest the decline that had commenced with the 0.3% reduction in the overall pass rate in the metric class of 2021. We managed to record a 3.2% increase in our overall pass rate to 76.4% for the metric class of 2022. This was attributable to various interventions we have embarked upon to ensure that teaching and learning proceeds without hindrances. For the past 2 years, we have invested significantly in e-learning by procuring 64,000 tablets preloaded with data, textbooks, study guides, literature, and past question papers with a specific focus on matriculants. The tablets also allowed students...
As you move towards closing.
Okay. The tablets also allowed the students and teachers to establish support chat groups and be able to work beyond the four walls of the classrooms. President, once again, we want to appreciate the sterling work that you have done last week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madisha is not here. Oh, he's here. Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, when you became president of our country, I became very happy. That because you acknowledged the terrible mistakes made by your organization and those who came before you. You promised South Africans a new dawn. You said with your new dawn, you would address problems of poverty, unemployment, corruption, state capture, inequality, absence of skills development, and many more that South Africans faced. But after having listened to you for 2 hours a few days ago, as you delivered your SONA, I ashamedly accepted that your new dawn is in fact a new darkness, permanent darkness for South Africans. South Africans received nothing from your new dawn. They are hungry and unsafe. We are at the moment in the top 5 positions when you look at the countries of the world who are extremely poor. Now, on the state of disaster, you have declared it is a very serious decision. We are not faced with an earthquake. If that was the case, a state of disaster would be the first compulsion. You know, Mr. President, the first why we are faced with this problem. The present situation is the continuation, President, of what happened in 2008 and 2014. The presidency, I'm referring to yourself and Mr. Zuma, was informed about the causes of load shedding by the SIU, which had been instructed to investigate. SIU report indicated that key causes were: 1, corruption. Eskom employees made deals with coal suppliers and got kickbacks. So the problems were self-created. Number 2, deals with coal suppliers were made without any proper tender processes. Some tenders were given to coal companies. Those tenders lasted for more than 10 years. As you know, sir, those tenders raised Eskom's debt to more than 1.4 trillion rand. Even Deloitte and Touche auditors and another international company called Dentons gave you, Mr. President, reports that proved dirty tenders given by Eskom employees to diesel companies which were not even known in the diesel industry. Brokers were used and they gave employees kickbacks, and I'm talking here about millions of rands. South Africa has coal, but quality coal is exported to Germany, China, and other countries. We need that quality coal for electricity. We do not need a minister for all this. We're saying that you must employ engineers so that they can deal with this thing. What must be done to solve these problems? Number 1, you must revisit fuel, including diesel duty levies. You must deal with corruption in Eskom itself. You must assess wind and solar systems so that help can emerge. Improve age average of assets, given that most of them are very old. Just forget about saying you increase and increase and increase your cabinet. Some of them, like I said on very many occasions, we do not even know them. They are there just to take money and do whatever they want to do, and not to take that to the people of South Africa. I therefore want to say that Sorimren, you have failed again.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Also, my greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Ramaphosa, our executive colleagues, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers, honorable members, distinguished guests, Tobela. I appreciate this opportunity. Let me thank my Chief Whip for the opportunity to participate in this very important State of the Nation debate. based on the address of the President on the evening of the 9th of February. I think the less said about my predecessor on this platform, because I think firstly, we shouldn't blame him. First of all, he needs to sort out who is the leader of their party. Once that is sorted out, I'm sure he can be able to advise us on any matter. Let's start there first. Mr. President, a year ago when you delivered the State of the Nation address, we were still in the grip of the high levels of the COVID-19 pandemic, having just been going through the fourth wave driven by the Omicron variant. A few months before that, our country and the SADC neighbors had been isolated from the world through travel bans. Today, all this, I think, to very many honorable members here who are able to cast a lot of aspersions, it looks like this happened, maybe it was just an amnesia. It looks like it never happened in their lives. President, you made a commitment at that time that we would end the state of disaster and lift all the restrictions when the situation was right. And at that stage as well, the doubting Thomases did not believe you. Now it sounds like deja vu that indeed we went on as you promised to deliver. Before the end of April last year, we had already lifted the state of disaster, and by the 22nd of June, we had lifted all the restrictions in relation to the pandemic. Interestingly, just yesterday, the government was in court, led by the Minister of COGTA, with one of the organizations which opposed the state of disaster. But now the same organization is in court with us because it is claiming that it was illegal to terminate the state of disaster. So when Honorable Mantashe spoke about people who speak from both sides of the mouth, I'm sure this particular organization must be somehow linked to some of honorable members on this side who speak from both sides of their mouths. On the one extreme, as we're looking after the health of the country, as we went through Memorial Hospital. May their souls rest in eternal peace. When we see serious flare-ups of the COVID in some of the countries abroad, like China, Taiwan, and others, this becomes a reminder that indeed it's not all over. But here at home, through the leadership of the government of this country, led by the President, whenever we just see small fires, as Professor Karim once warned us, that we must deal with the small flames before they become wildfires. I think the way we dealt with it under your leadership, clearly, we have not seen any flames. We have only seen small fires. I want to say vaccination is still the best protection for all of us and for all South Africans. At the present moment, we have, under your leadership, President, administered more than just under 49 million doses of vaccine. 51.1% of the adult population is covered through the vaccination. But we want to say even today that it's still time to come forward. We still need protection. The boosters, we have the capacity to administer for those who still haven't taken their first jab, but also for those who are eligible for boosters. Just to remind the honorable members and members of the South African public that adults between the ages of 18 and 49 years can get their boosters after 90 days of their last jab. And also, whether it was Pfizer or J&J, you are eligible for boosters. But also for those who are 50 and above, you can also get one booster. You're also eligible after every 90 days to get another booster because the virus is still in our midst. So we urge everybody to come forward and be protected. We don't want to see what is happening in some of the far-flung countries. Your leadership, President, in this fight against COVID and the campaign for equity of access to the tools, including vaccines and therapeutics, is recognized in the continent, in the African continent, but also beyond. As a result of this, over the last year of 2022, we have received various invitations, either directed to the President or to the Ministry of Health, to take part in various discussions about pandemic preparedness and prevention, including at the United Nations, where the President was invited, and we had the honor of representing him there. But I can say to the members of this House and to the nation that indeed South Africa is held in high esteem in terms of how we managed to deal with the pandemic and how we're still protecting our population. The pandemic and the steps we have taken resulted in some setbacks in as far as dealing with some of our health programs, including childhood vaccines. One of the results of such has been the recent outbreak of measles, starting in the Limpopo province in October, and then spread into Mpumalanga, Northwest, Free State, and Gauteng province. At the current moment, up to just over 500 children have had confirmed measles. Vaccination program is being rolled out. We have the capacity and the ability, so all provinces are rolling out vaccination for measles for children between 6 months and 15 years. We take this opportunity to call on all parents to make sure that they can check their children's road to health cards. And if you are not sure about the vaccination status, take your child to the nearest health facility so that they can be vaccinated against measles. The nearest clinic and the nearest hospital. On Sunday, the 5th of February, we confirmed that 2 sisters from Diepsloot in Johannesburg were confirmed by laboratory tests to have contracted the disease of cholera after I traveled to Malawi, our neighbor. In Malawi, the cholera has really taken a very high toll, with more than 1,200 people already passed away from this. Since then, a third member of the family was also confirmed to have cholera. But almost 10 days after this, the cases have remained only the 3, and there's no further clinical and laboratory confirmation. And we are confident that because the incubation period for cholera is 2 to 5 days, we are confident that this is now being contained. But we nevertheless still call upon all South Africans to take the necessary precautions, because cholera can be prevented with using clean water, but also making sure that we keep hand hygiene whenever we use the bathroom. Another area where we're busy with catch-up is in the area of combating HIV and TB and sexually transmitted diseases. During the high levels of COVID and various restrictions, a number of people testing for HIV had reduced, and also those who initiated on treatment had been going down. But under the SANAC, South African National AIDS Council, we have developed a catch-up plan and a welcome back for those who have stopped taking their treatment. Similarly, with the tuberculosis, there was a reduction in terms of people who have been tested and those who are starting on treatment. And
As we
similarly,
move towards closing,
we have started our catch-up in terms of this. With the situation being stabilized, I can say to you, Excellency President and members, that we are also catching up in terms of improving the quality of services, including infrastructure, which we are rolling out all over the country. One of the flagships which we'll be launching in the next few weeks is the Limpopo Academic Hospital, which will change the state of health services in that province and reduce the need for people to travel from Limpopo to Gauteng for specialized treatment. So, siyaquba.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to Honorable N.K. Sharif.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Today, I stand here to echo the voices of women who have been lost, women whose innocence has been stolen, young girls who will be murdered today, tomorrow, and next week. These voices cannot go unheard. With all due disrespect, Mr. President, declaring gender-based violence and femicide a pandemic without proper ring-fenced budgets, prioritizing implementation, proper resourcing of GBVF frontline workers, and without any political will is misleading and frankly patronizing. Now is the time for the debates to stop. GBVF is not a tool to be used for politics. Minister Tele, this is our lives. The crime stats paint a shocking picture of your impotence to protect women. You have the nerve to shamefully weaponize the experience of women on this stage and use it as a cheap gimmick. The crime stats are staggering. In the last 5 years, there have been 281,806 sexual offenses, 223,554 rapes, 40,909 sexual assaults. These are not just stats or numbers. These are real people's lives. I want you to think long and hard about this, Minister, lucky to be raped once. It's estimated that only 4% of rapes are reported. So the number of people raped since 2017 up until 2022 could be as high as 5.5 million. Take a moment, Mr. President, let that sink in. The National Strategic Plan is meant to combat this. We must interrogate the progress of the NSP and ensure its implementation before it becomes a dusty file on a shelf in an office. The work civil society has put into the NSP cannot be wasted. There is still no National Council of GBVF. Let's start there. What is your intervention, Mr. President? Why didn't you tell us what is happening there? Instead, we have a secretariat that is getting paid cash money but is not meeting targets. Is that what you call the fight against GBVF? Because to me, it's pretty weak. Let's talk facts. 52% of the measly 21 million rand budget and is allocated to departments for the NSP has been used, and only 22% of the targets have been achieved. That is a failure. Whatever way you look at it, 22 out of 100 is a massive fail. 35% of targets not achieved is even worse. You should all hang your heads in shame. The numbers speak for itself. What this means, in simple terms, is that the fight against GBVF is failing. the lack of progress lays at the feet of the ANC government, and we as South Africans must take it upon ourselves and fire them at the polls. Mr. President, you focused on load shedding, but you failed to consider and address its effects on GBVF. Like everything in society, gender-based violence and its interventions will be impacted by the energy crisis. In a country that already hates women, being in total darkness so often poses so many risks to our direct safety. Walking, driving home, or being alone in complete darkness has increased our anxiety that we as women feel every single day living in this country. How much more must we suffer before we are taken seriously? You glossed over sexual offences courts, but failed to address the effects of load shedding on continuous and increased postponements of multiple GBVF cases across the country. Load shedding has forced the Johannesburg High Court, for example, to return to online hearings or find alternative venues. Magistrates and regional courts may have resource constraints that limit their ability to have online hearings. The continuous postponement of cases causes major second-degree trauma to the victims, which in many cases the perpetrator is out on bail. Mr. President, resilience won't save us. Only bold action will. Being resilient cannot be the start and the end of women in this country. Tomorrow, in your rebuttal, Mr. President, I urge you to choose action over resilience. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy President of the governing party, the African National Congress, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Dimasiar. In the not so distant future, we should be able to use predictive technology of artificial intelligence to, amongst others, detect undue conduct in this House to strengthen the work of the Speaker in upholding decorum of the House and maintaining order. In this regard, we have established the Artificial Intelligence Institute of South Africa, which was launched on the 30th of November 2022 in partnership with the University of Johannesburg and the Tshwane University of Technology. In part, as an acknowledgement that AI technology holds the greatest potential of resuscitating socio-economic recovery and development of the country, and secondly, in line with the recommendations of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Homegrown AI solutions are being developed within the AI Institute of South Africa to support the application of AI across sectors and harness innovation-based production for commercialization. The immediate beneficiaries of the work of the AI Institute, and in support of the great strides underway to improve the quality of basic education, of course, the masters of contradictions would want South Africans to believe otherwise, and supported by the Chemicals Industry Education and Training Authority, CHETA, youth linked to the AISA JBS Hub, have developed a virtual science laboratory that will be rolled out to STEM schools without science laboratories, and this will enable learners to perform science experiments virtually instead of the current situation where we only read science experiments in their textbooks using technology, and thus we are using technology to bridge societal gap. The TUT Hub will be launched in March 2023, and 4 new AI Institute SA Centers of Excellence will be established in the 2023-2024 financial year. At this point, I would like the House to join me in extending well wishes to Professor Chirizima Rada, the incoming rector of the United Nations University, who has contributed immensely to this country, the region of SADC, and the African continent's progress in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and emerging technologies. We look forward to his continued contribution in the development of science and technology in South Africa and Africa in general. Tsela tshweu, Prof. Ngwale a patotshedze u bva na u dzhena havho. Honorable Chairperson, when our nation was weeping the sudden departure of our beloved Mama Winnie Mandela, there were those who took to the podium to ask for a signal from Mama to divide the women of our nation. I want to assure Mama Winnie that analog signal will soon be a thing of the past. We have concluded the consultations on the analog switch off for the broadcast digital migration in full compliance to the order of the Constitutional Court, but most importantly, 44% of the set-top box installers are women, and this we do to make sure Mama Winnie multiplies, but that women are no longer victims of JBV because of economic dependence on men. The SABC is starting to take advantage of the increase in the number of channels on the DTT platform. That is the direct outcome of the broadcast digital migration. SABC News has launched a new 24-hour news channel on the DTT platform on all indigenous languages, meaning that for the first time in the history of broadcasting in this country, millions of South Africans no longer wait for evening news bulletins and current affairs shows to receive news and information in their own languages. We are engaging the regulator, ICASA, to make sure that we find mechanism to ease the participation of more content producers as television channel owners. The technology is ready to increase channel capacity on the DTT platform. Digital migration is enabling the transformation of the broadcasting sector to ensure that edu and infotainment becomes the base for a viable and sustainable creative industry. Sentech will soon launch a homegrown OTT platform that will be anchored by NEMISA, but will be available to other content producers. NEMISA continues to train upcoming content producers, including training unemployed youth on podcasts, vlog, and storytelling using mobile devices. Our goal is to eventually make this platform home for quality films, documentaries, and children's stories, in addition to the SABC Plus OTT platform. The launch of this OTT platform will be in the first quarter of 2023-24 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, the telecommunications companies have 5 years to complete the rollout of 4G and 5G networks, including to rural areas. This from the spectrum released through BDM and the auction that we just completed, and to connect South Africans to high-speed broadband. In the meantime, through BBI and funded by the Broadband Access Fund of the Presidential Employment Stimulus, and Honorable Sangwa, it is not managed from the presidency, we are facilitating the rollout of 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots across 16 districts of our country. And we are, through this fund, we are connecting 50,000 households on fiber to the home and Wi-Fi to the home technologies. In addition, through the SA Connect program, we are going to roll out 14,024 community Wi-Fi hotspots in the 23-24 financial year across 16 districts, and the other 19,515 community Wi-Fi hotspots will be rolled out in 2024 financial years across the 36 districts, completing the over 33,000 community Wi-Fi hotspots that will enable South Africans to have universal access to the internet. And BBI is going to use ISPs to connect these Wi-Fi hotspots as part of transforming the sectors to make sure that Mama Winnie does not need to send the signal, because this government will ensure network availability to all rural areas. The costs to communicate are not decreasing at the pace that government wants, and to mitigate this, and in the first quarter of the new financial year, we're going to issue a policy direction to the regulator ICASA to study models that other countries are adopting to fast-track the reduction of cost to communicate without relying on market forces. Government has completed stakeholder consultations on the consolidation of different emergency numbers to a single emergency number for the country in a manner that harnesses our competitiveness in call center operations and partnership with the private sector. We will soon provide policy direction to the regulator to amend the regulations related to emergency numbers. This will improve the rate of responses to emergency calls, including through the use of interactive voice responses. We appreciate that the post office is a critical service channel for our people, in particular for those in rural and remote areas. For the post office to achieve this, we need to operate as a viable business, and all efforts are being made to rebuild this important service agency to a sustainable business. At present, personnel expenditure constitutes 68% of total company expenditure. Obviously, this situation is untenable and requires open and frank engagement between the leadership of the post office, workers, and workers' representatives to consider all options for purposes of retaining SAPO into a viable entity that will increase more jobs in the future and provide for e-commerce logistics backbone for the country. At the moment, the options are: do we save some jobs or lose all jobs? Do we close some post office branches or close all post office? Our commitment to the viability of the post office is because its branch network provides the base network infrastructure for the post bank. As we await National Assembly to finalize the post bank amendment bill, we continue to work with the Reserve Bank to finalize the corporatization, licensing, and repurposing of the post bank as a fully fledged bank, but as a state bank. The post bank will commence the revamping of 100 post offices branches to ready itself for its new role. And in addition to the repackaging of its product and service offering, the post bank has commenced with the onboarding of township businesses such as Paza shops to form part of its payment channels. This is part of the first steps to ensure that townships and small businesses are not stepchildren in the economy of this country due to financial exclusion. Honorable Chairperson, during the debate, Honorable Malima stood here and criticized the response of the Presidential Protection Services by the action they took to protect the person of the President. I don't even want to comment on Honorable Steenhuisen because we'll need to talk about post-matric qualification. As Mama Winnie Mandela told us, any acceptance of humiliation, indignity, or insult is acceptance of inferiority. We are not inferior. We won't accept attempts to make this president inferior. We are descendants of great and resilient leaders. And a self-respecting member of this House, and addressing a joint sitting, come here and justified apartheid, which is declared a crime against humanity. It's a pity that in his house, some members are brainwashed to behave like puppets after their puppet master. But if I did not know better, I would say, emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable N.F. Shibambu.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I had not anticipated that the speaker who spoke here is going to sing as well, because we're going to deal with the others who came here to sing for supper. Allow me, Commander-in-Chief, to once again avoid responding to the childish and mostly paltry, trivial, and insignificant inputs that came from members of the ruling party. We are going to utilize this opportunity to take a nuanced approach and speak much more decisively to what is to be done in relation to the electricity crisis confronting society. Many of the speakers that came here never presented anything much more tangible and believable as to what is to be done. One of the careerist members of parliament who spoke yesterday even sang a children's kindergarten song seeking for a job from his president. What is that lyrics again, Kumsambu, saying, here, who? Mr. Ramadola, give us a job, here, who? I think that as part of the whippery, we must also hire a jumping castle, so that after singing that song, they must go and jump there. They will be joined by this one who just sang again here. And this person who just left here now is presiding over the State Information Technology Agency, which is failing to synchronize all the technological platforms that the state has, police stations, healthcare facilities, and the entire system operate in separation. But we've got a SITA that cannot provide a singular synchronized system. She's presiding over a South African post office,
which is going to retrench 6,000 workers in the immediate. And she is waxing really clear about things that are not there. She's presiding over ICASA, which is failing to deal decisively with the monopoly of the multi-choice domination that has been operating almost alone without accountability in the broadcast industry. I said, President and Commander-in-Chief, that the approach today will be nuanced. So I'm going to speak first to the solutions as to what is to be done in relation to electricity. And then I will conclude with the diagnosis. So we'll take it the other way around so that we can then be able to move forward. But first, let us make reference to the founding manifesto of the Economic Freedom Fighters, which was adopted 10 years ago in Soweto when this mighty movement was founded. On energy, the EFF founding manifesto says, stabilization of energy sources, in particular the supply of electricity, is important for an economic development strategy that will include the development of more industries. Whilst the South African state should intensify the efforts currently in place for sustainable, consistent energy provisions, other energy means and other forms of generations should be explored. And this includes further research on how energy derived out of uranium can be safely transferred into sustainable, environmentally friendly electricity for industrial development, public purpose, and for use by households. We said 10 years ago that let us explore the usage of uranium as a source of energy. We even said that the principle on energy is that the green energy sources should be pursued and that the state should heavily invest in the green energy corporations which will explore manufacturing and install green energy alternatives in the whole of South Africa. When we spoke about green energy sources, we spoke it in the context that it should be the state, not independent power producers. That must be at the center of rollout of renewable energy. Now, I'm going to talk to the solutions as what is to be done. Number one is that we must stop this illusion that South Africa is going to immediately discontinue the usage of coal as base load energy sources, because that is the only way we can sustain our electricity. In that annual pilgrimage that you go to in Davos in the World Economic Forum, one of the vice premiers of the People's Republic of China, Liu He, who is the director of the Central Financial and Economic Affairs, responded when he was asked about what is the PRC going to do about carbon neutrality. He said that China is going to increase its investment in carbon capture and storage. And this is against the fact that China consumes possibly 20, if not 40 times of energy more than South Africa. The energy sources that come from coal in China, Mr. Matanshe, is 1 million megawatts. Eskom in its entirety is not even at 50,000 megawatts currently. And then the leader of the PPRC says that we're going to invest in carbon capture and storage. But when South Africa was in the United Nations Climate Change conferences in Glasgow and in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in both 2021 and 2022, we kept on committing there that we're going to close off our power stations ahead of schedule. We even accepted this $8.5 billion which was promised by the West as a way of diverting us from what otherwise should be our base load in terms of energy supply. The president of the ANC even ridiculed the Minister of Energy when he said that the West is trying to bully South Africa on the African continent into abandoning coal. He said, no, this one is just a mine worker. He does not know anything. We're in a crisis now in terms of what has happened under all of those issues. Now, that illusion must be dealt with. We have to now invest in clean coal technologies, working with the CSIR and the Council of Geosciences. Number two, we need to plug into the national grid the floating storage regasification units. The Secretary General of the ANC will not know what that is because in the schooling system before tertiary, they don't teach that. So the FSRUs, when Germany was faced with the energy crisis, out of the necessary military operations that are happening in Ukraine now. They approved within 12 months. The power ships, so power ships is like a power stations that come from the sea, and then it parks on the shores and plugs into the national grid. Here in South Africa, through the Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, South Africa approved the car power ship from Turkey to plug in 1,220 megawatts of electricity. Again, Secretary General of the ANC, 1,200 megawatts can electrify the entirety of the Northern Cape, even the entirety of the Eastern Cape on its own. But due to those who are seeking bribes, those who are trying to extort the people who are awarded that bid, the car power ships cannot be plugged into the grid to now ameliorate the energy crisis that we have. The reality is that in the immediate, you have got no any other solution except plugging in the FSRUs from Turkey, from China, and from the Russian Federation. That is one of the immediate things that we must have to deal with. And then number 3, we need to approve the proposal by Rosatom, the Rosatom nuclear power station and energy company, which currently provides more than 20% of electricity in the Russian Federation. It employs more than 250,000 people. It has been here in South Africa saying that, why don't you give us a power purchase agreement like you're giving to your friends from the West, and build up to 6,000 megawatts of nuclear energy, which everyone else allows and agrees that is part of clean energy sources. That is one of the things that have to be done in the immediate. But also we must not surrender the state capacity to invest directly in renewable energy. We must do what the fighters said, the ground forces said in Uncle Tom's Hall in July 2013. We said that the state must play a central role in renewable energy. That is what the founding manifesto of this 10-year organization said must be done. Part of the immediate things that you have to deal with is to cut off the aluminum smelters because they consume upward of 800 megawatts, which can then lessen the pressure on the grid in terms of what should happen. Let us collaborate with Mozambique to complete the Cabora Bassa hydroelectric power station so that we can continue this up. So these are some of the issues. We have to talk about this because we know that you're going to be out of power. We are going to take power as the EFF. We do not want to take power under darkness. The question is, why are all of these things not being pursued? It's because, fragrantly, the president of the ANC defies his less than 2 months resolution of shifting Eskom from public enterprises to energy. And the purpose, he says here, that the reason is because the Minister of Public Enterprises must continue to restructure Eskom. What is that restructuring? It's the mutilation of Eskom into 3 different components. So like Eskom is supposed to be one body, but it's being mutilated now into 3 different companies. And he makes a false claim that such is consistent with the global practice. That is not the truth. The biggest power utility in the world is in China. It generates more than 4,000 gigawatts. It has got more than 900,000 kilometers of transmission lines. It's involved in distribution of electricity. The Rosatom I spoke about in China, in the Russian Federation, is involved, and it's one company that is involved in the entire value chain of electricity distribution. In Germany, Uniper goes to the extent of even involved in mining the entire value chain, one company. But you want to mutilate Eskom. And what is the purpose of the mutilation of Eskom? They want to allow the municipalities and a different division to distribute and be the ones that are at the cold face of facing with ratepayers of electricity. And then have Eskom with the 48,000 kilometers of transmission lines, which must necessarily be forced to buy electricity from independent power producers. The deputy president, the former deputy president of the Republic, once said that Eskom is not going to privatize. It is privatized. So the entire crisis of South Africa is this need to want to privatize Eskom, particularly power generation. That let us have transmission there, and then we call our friends to come and be the ones that plug energy into the transmission line. That is at the center of South Africa's problem. A capitalist-driven, greedy project that seeks to undermine everything else there. If you want to attach the profit motive into the energy provision, public good provision, you are definitely not going to have a solution. Electricity is a public good. It must be provided by all of us. Now, President, I'm going to close. You know, one of the biographers of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Anthony Butler, says that when he bought his first car, he was known for driving that particular car, a BMW, in reserve gear for hundreds of meters. So a person drives a car in reserve gear for hundreds of meters. It's recorded. It is apparent and very evident now that what Mr. Ramaphosa did to his car is doing to South Africa today. He is taking our country in reserve gear. Everything else that we thought we had made progress on is going backward. We thought that we're not going to have the crisis of electricity. We've got crisis of electricity now. Whoever thought we're going to have water shedding? We've got a problem of water now. Whoever thought that we're going to be in a situation that more and more people, even when the population is growing, more and more people are going to lose their jobs. The levels of unemployment, more than 12 million people are unemployed because of this man. He is taking this country in a reverse gear the same way he did when he was utilizing his first car. The public infrastructure is collapsing. The hospitals are collapsing. The schooling systems, despite the claims that you make here, is not working appropriately. How do you explain that you have got close to 1 million children who write their exams at the senior secondary level, but you only have got 160,000 spaces available to take them at post-secondary level? What nonsense is that? What kind of thinking of a government is that? We are being taken on a reserve gear because we do not have a solid government. What excites him is that petty thing he was doing in Mpumalanga. He says he's closing a pothole and he's fascinated by closing a pothole on a gravel road. What logic is that? That is what we are dealing with. We have to save ourselves, South Africa, from this nonsense. We have to save ourselves. We have to save ourselves from this rubbish. What is happening in this country is a man-made crisis. That is why when we go on the 20th of March 2023, we must be saying, Puma Ramaphosa Puma! Puma Ramaphosa Puma! Booyah electricity, booyah! Amanda! Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, Honorable Kwahube.
Speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP, it would be amiss of me to not express deep disappointment following the events of Thursday night in this chamber. We could never justify the disruption of the business of Parliament to the point where the Sergeant at Arms is called to wrestle MPs off the stage. Equally, please listen, equally and perhaps more crucially, we cannot have a presiding officer who fails to keep the House in order despite being empowered by the rules to do so. and the failures of the presiding officers resulting in armed security forces on the floor of Parliament. This chamber is a separate arm of state with its own security personnel who do not report to the executive. Armed guards are barred from this house unless there's a threat to life. The case that the DA brought before the Constitutional Court confirms this crucial principle of the separation of powers. The scenes that we saw on Thursday night should never be repeated. That violence, that chaos has absolutely no place in a constitutional democracy. We cannot allow Parliament to degenerate in that matter. It is more so when the people of South Africa are looking to their public representatives for solutions to the crises that they face daily. There has never been a time since the dawn of democracy that our country needed to hear from the president about the issues that are the perpetual albatrosses around their necks. Instead, the president delivered a state of disaster. It is the disaster that has come to characterize his term in office. It is the disaster that is his cabinet. It is the disaster that is the caucus of the ANC of the 6th Parliament. Speaker, allow me to perhaps direct this to the president, because I fear the trappings of power and the cushion of executive office has left us with a head of state that is completely out of touch with the issues facing South Africans. Sir, people are forced to make choices that are perhaps beyond your grasp. A choice between a meal or a taxi fare. Umbane okanye ukhwelisa abantwana baye esikolweni. Ukulinda de kuse xa umuntu emayile ukuya esibhedlele kuba akho ambulance izayo. Abafazi nabantwana abaninzi baphela bengayi epolice station kuba bayayazi into yoba noba bahlukunyeziwe noba badlwengule akukho ncedo luza kuza. Imihla nezolo abantu balala bengatyanga nokuncinane abanako kuyonakala kubo akukho mbane intsuku ziqenqgeleka. Young people are without work. They have no hope. All they have is a life of indignity because of joblessness. Umbutho we-ANC uzimisele uba ngohlohle zabo. Umbutho ongakwazi ukuba imali ebekelwe abantu ngexesha likabhubhane we-COVID-19. Ama-comrades ayetshintshiselana ekhuphisana ngokutya imali yabantu. Upremier Dube apha, uPremier Dube Ncube ebezozingomba isifuba apha kodwa abantu baseThekwini sithetha nje badada enyonywini inkonzo aziyi ebantwini. Njengomntu omtsha ndicela nimamele njengomntu omtsha okhokela njengomntu omtsha okhokela noko kudala nina nisedabini ndiye ndizibuze into yoba nonelisekile na yimeko yabantu baseMzantsi Afrika anda urhulumente wele ANC. Nditsho qho ukuba nanilwele inkululeko yesi sizwe kodwa ngokuqinisekileyo ngoku seningabacinezeli babantu abamnyama abangathathi ntweni. Abazali bethu bathemba ingcuka ezombethe ifele legusha apha ngani. I have no doubt in my mind that the founders of your organization, who are towering figures in our history books, can no longer recognize their party under this current crop of leaders. You have brought this country to its knees. You have nailed the coffin and created a nation in disaster. I want to agree with Minister Zulu when she congratulates the SA women's cricket team for their victory. But Minister, I want to take it a step further. And I want to say to you, the women's cricket team needs to be paid and they need to be paid equally. The platitudes are not going to work. They need to get what's worth to them. Listening to the speakers in this debate, it is no wonder that we find ourselves in a state of paralysis. Minister Gungubele leveled an attack on the best run metro in the country, an accolade his country could never dream of doing. Perhaps I should give you insight as to why the city of Cape Town is the golden goose, as Honorable Manamela says. the Honorable Manamela, who is the perpetual deputy minister. I really hope during your reshuffle this time, President, you're going to finally appoint him, because he's been pretzeling, auditioning for that job for decades now. Let me educate you about how we did this. The DA wrestled the city from the ANC, ran a multi-party coalition government, subsequently won a majority, cleaned out the corruption, and began the long, hard process of building a world-class city. As we speak, this metro is the only one that spends its largest portion of its budget on the poor. It is the only city that has the lowest unemployment rate against the national one. It is now one of the few DA governments that is seeking to free itself and its citizens from ESCOM. Akutsho mna, sanwatheka mna, kutsho every single independent service delivery barometer in this country. Where we have governed with a majority, we are doing the same. We attempted the same model in the city of Johannesburg before the checkbook politics of the ANC kicked in into full swing. In Tshwane, we inherited a 16-year legacy of disastrous ANC governance where the likes of Sputla were using the city as their ATM. The process of uncovering and cleaning out the rot meant that service delivery suffered, and that the true state of the city's finances finally came to bear. However, we don't hold ourselves to the same standard as the ANC. Where we were voted out in Johannesburg because we refused to hand over the safe keys to criminals, we took to the opposition benches to hold the government to account. Where service delivery and financial management was not at the standard that we expect in Tshwane, we held our own to account. I can understand that the concept of accountability and transparency is foreign to the ANC. President Ramaphosa would rather add another minister to deal with the energy crisis than fire ministers Gwede Mantashe and Pravin Gordhan, who have dragged us into a state of disaster. But Mr. President, I must say, it is cruel, even for Ringala Nzinzi, efana no Minister Mantashe, for him to hear about his demotion during SONA like the rest of us. A quick WhatsApp message could have done, Mr. President. To add insult to injury, it is reported that the former mayor of Tshwane, who presented over the decay and destruction of that city, Sputla Ramokgopa, is now likely going to be this minister of electricity. In the ANC, ineptitude and corruption is rewarded with executive office. Colleagues, if we are to start rescuing South Africa from the ANC's disastrous years, then we must start ensuring that Parliament works. When Parliament works, South Africa will work. A Parliament that works would have never nominated and elected a Speaker who has a questionable record in government and who views Parliament as an extension of the executive. A working Parliament would have grabbed the opportunity with both hands following the Zondo Commission report into state capture. Under this Speaker, there's a deliberate reluctance to deal with the findings of the reports. A working Parliament would not have shamelessly shielded a sitting president from accountability from multiple crimes that took place on his farm. It would have voted to investigate the president. Indeed, ours is not a functioning Parliament, because otherwise we would have established a portfolio committee for the presidency. And now to the most important people, the people at home, whose lives have been plunged into darkness. I urge you to be angry. I urge you to be angrier than usual. Our resilience as a nation should not be taken as license to be abused. We do not have to tolerate this corruption, the poor service delivery, and the state of disaster. Let us take our anger to the polls. Let's vote out the ANC. Let's vote them out. Badiniwe kwanele.
Thank you very much. Now the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
President Ramaphosa, the chairperson, my colleagues in the executive, all honorable members, the President has presented a pragmatic and decisive speech to resolve the challenges of the people of this country. and I expected a debate from the opposition parties. But what did they come and do here? All of them, without exception, the EFF, the DA, the Freedom Front Plus, they came here to present their election manifesto. They were not here to present solutions to the people of this country. In fact, the commander-in-chief or the supreme leader of the EFF even presented the state of the city of Johannesburg. Honorable Shivambu has just left here, attempted to present some ideas. But unlike, and I'm very disappointed with Honorable Shivambu, because almost like Honorable Steenhuisen quoted his hero, P.W. Botha, without acknowledging him on the Rubicon speech. Honorable Shivambu has just dusted off all ANC documents and presented them here as his. Let me show you how. Honorable Shivambu speaks about the state-owned bank. The ANC has resolved on the state-owned bank, and the Minister of Telecommunications has already put a bill in this house. The state-owned bank is already in the process of being constituted. On the issue of Eskom playing a role on renewable, Eskom is already repurposing Komati to play a role in renewables. There is nothing new. As we speak now, Eskom Komati is being renewed. We are working to ensure that Eskom plays a role on renewables. He also came in here and speak about China, that China only deals with one company in terms of unbundling. China has got various state-owned companies in various provinces and regions dealing with energy generation, dealing with distribution, dealing with the supply of electricity. It does not have only one company like ourselves. It is therefore dishonest and intellectual misrepresentation by Honorable Shivambu. We have got a unique challenge and a unique situation which we have to respond to as the governing party. And the president has never said that the state must never play a role in renewables or in the energy mix. It is an energy mix that has been presented over years through the ERP. It's not something that has been brought by President Ramaphosa. And the ISMO bill that once proposed the unbundling and the divisions in Eskom does not come from President Ramaphosa. We have just dusted off the idea and rebuild on it because of the current challenges that the country is facing. So Honorable Shivambu has said nothing new here. He has just brought what the ANC is currently doing. Honorable Gwarubo has just left here. She argues that we have not done anything on COVID-19 theft. It is public knowledge that people have been arrested, monies have been recovered for the theft on COVID-19. The ANC government has held people to account. Through the SIU, money have been recovered that was stolen during the COVID-19. And this ANC government is continuing to work on building and strengthening the NPA. She also says we are not doing anything with Phala-Phala. This parliament debated, considered, and thoroughly looked at the report on Phala-Phala. And this parliament decided in terms of its rules to reject the report of the panel. So this parliament has considered and engaged on the Phala-Phala report. Honorable members and the leader of the opposition, Honorable Steenhuisen, fresh from being labeled a Mampara of the Week by the Sunday Times, has unconsciously exposed the true intentions of the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Steenhuisen, who quoted the Rubicon speech without acknowledging, because you are ashamed to acknowledge the source, the leader of the apartheid regime, P.W. Botha. But in reality, the people of South Africa know that you are cut from the same cloth, both in words and in deeds. Even if you choose not to acknowledge your hero, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Manamela, has unmasked you. The skewed racial service delivery in the city of Cape Town, in the Western Cape, Tshwane, the city of Johannesburg, and everywhere.
Minister, just a second.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Kosi, on what point are you rising?
Thanks, Chairperson. It's a point of order. Which dusty document of the ANC mentions FSRU? Agare dilo tse re di tšea go lena. Which document that gathered dust in the ANC talks about FSRU? And how many votes did you get there in Nazareth?
That's not the point of order. That's not the point of order, and will therefore allow the minister to proceed.
Don't worry about Honorable Josie. This is the only opportunity you have to speak. All the minutes have been taken by the Supreme Leader. The position of the DA to attack cadre deployment is also consistent with the PW Botha vision. It is a sophisticated racist trope that black people should not hold strategic and leadership positions in the country. As Honorable Nkonjo yesterday correctly demonstrated, there are countless incidents of the DA deploying their own people here in the Western Cape, in other places where they govern at the expense of the fiscus and rationality. Let me remind the DA, when Eskom was named as the global power company of the year, it was not under apartheid. It was led by the ANC in 2002. In this, by the Financial Times Global Energy Awards, the CEO, it was Thulani Kabasha. The South African Revenue Services, not long ago, was one of the best tax revenue collection agencies in the world. And the commissioner was none other than P.G. Gordon. This shows that cadre deployment works. And we have done it before, and we will do it again. In terms of rebuilding the state-owned entities, we will continue to ensure that people of unbreakable record, ethical leaders, lead state-owned entities, they lead in government, and they revive state-owned entities, including government departments. The two institutions that I just referred to, Eskom, they were not broken down by cadre deployment. They were broken down by systematic corruption and not just by being led by black people, as the DA strongly says. It was corrupt individuals. And it is for that reason that last week in court here in the Western Cape, when officials appeared of the city of Cape Town for the corruption here, it was not said it's the DA. It was those officials who appeared in court. And those officials, they are continuing the trial. We will allow the processes of the law to take its place. Same as will allow the processes of the law to take its place with all people that have been arrested for the corruption at Eskom. Those individuals will be held to account. A free and a fair trial will ensue. Honorable Speaker, here sits leaders of the opposition parties who meet regularly with one sole purpose: to remove the ANC from power. It has got nothing to do with service delivery or about the people of this country. Their agenda has got nothing to do with water, has got nothing to do with provision of electricity. It is only and nothing else. And the people of South Africa must know them, because this country is not only run for elections, but we are running South Africa to provide services. It's about the people. We do not just exist for our own sake, but to deliver services to the people of this country. And we will continue through the guiding SONA that the President has delivered, to continue to resolve the challenges of electricity, to continue to resolve the challenges of water provision, to continue to resolve the challenges of unemployment, to continue to resolve the challenges that of GBV that were said here. I'm going to give stats. But honorable members, the president has led by sharing his power, even accepting some of the inputs from various political parties in this country. It is what we expect, that the opposition parties must come into the party. The crisis we are in, it is not as a making, and it is not a crisis for political opportunism to campaign. We all have an opportunity when next year comes, we are going to campaign. But now let's resolve the energy crisis, which is ESCOM. And the president has said everyone must bring their ideas. Well, Honorable Schreiber, yesterday, he made us to play a guessing game of who said what. Well, let's see if you could guess this, Honorable Steenhuisen. If the government declared a state of disaster, it will unlock the emergency reprioritization of resources. Guess who said this, Honorable Steenhuisen? It's not Fikile Mbalula, the Secretary General of the ANC. No, it's not. It's Honorable Kalcharia, the DA spokesperson on public enterprises. But what does the DA do? They have now flip-flopped. They've changed. They are saying a state of disaster will lead to unemployment. I must tell you, Honorable Kwarube, it is not the state of disaster that led to unemployment. It was the pandemic of COVID-19. It was the pandemic that affected a number of jobs, a number of challenges, unemployment, and all the issues that today led to this country struggling economically. We are now working to rebuild the economy, and we are back to the pre-COVID-19 economic growth statistics. What we need is to build from there as a society, and we can do so if we resolve the energy crisis. We will be able to resolve the economic challenges of our country, the unemployment challenges of our country, and the high crime rate that honorable members are bemoaning. And Honorable Kwarube says there is no conviction on GBV. I must state that that is totally incorrect. It is wrong. On GBV, 74% conviction rates across the country, which is happening every day. Our courts are convicting someone, giving them harsh sentences on a daily basis. And this, I'm not thumbsucking, is reality. Katlego Mabote was convicted by the Johannesburg High Court. 396 convictions from 420 verdict cases. 5 additional TCC sites were established from the 2020-21-2022 financial year, bringing the total to 60. During the reporting period, 34,456 matters were reported to the Tutuzela care centers, a conviction rate of 76%. So it is not true that there is no work that is being done. Indeed, gender-based violence continues to be a challenge, but here, Honorable Sheriff, come and says we must not politic and use gender-based violence, but she does the opposite. She does exactly what she wants us not to do. This is a matter that all of us must work together to resolve as a society. It is a challenge that is facing this country, and we must work to ensure that we eradicate all forms of gender-based violence. And as you speak here, Honorable Steenhuisen, Honorable Kwarube, and Honorable Shivambu, you want to continue to play the divide and rule with the ANC. Believing that you are going to divide the deputy president with the president, you will divide the president and the deputy president of the republic and the newly elected deputy president of the ANC. You also believe you can divide Honorable Mantashe and with PG. And that's why you continue to start to play those games. Honorable Shivambu, that is what you are saying, Honorable Groenewald, and everyone. You will not divide the ANC. We have emerged from a conference. We are united in unison, marching together to address the challenges the people of South Africa are facing. We are out of Nazareth. We are done. I hear Honorable Josie, he think that he's mocking me with the numbers. As a true Democrat, I have accepted the outcome. We are continuing, all of us here in the ANC, and we know that we can only resolve the challenges of our country if we work together as a unit and united. And we call the people of South Africa to march with the ANC through the call that the president has made, that all of us, let's make our contribution to resolve our social challenges. I want to conclude, Honorable Chairperson, by paying tribute to the fallen heroes of our struggle. The fallen heroes in our country who has played very important role, the former Speaker Ginwala and people in the arts and sports. The former captain of Orlando Pirates, Mr. John Mieti, who belonged to the golden generation of Bafana Bafana. And also the untimely murder of AKA. And we call the police to arrest swiftly those who perpetrated this crime, including his friend, the chef, Tabele Motswana. In 2017, on an NTV in Kenya, in an interview with Larry Madowo, who is now an international CNN correspondent, AKA said the following, and I quote, "We are trying to go to the next stage of our revolution. The first stage of the revolution was political power. Now we are trying to get economic power for the masses in South Africa. But I believe in the potential of South Africa. I believe in my people as our greatest resource. Rest in peace, Super Mega. May the Lord take its course." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I see there's a hand there. Honorable Makwetla.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the privilege. I wish to rise on a point of privilege on a matter of national importance. In the course of this debate of the State of the Nation addressed by the President, there were statements that were made from the podium of the joint sitting by members of Parliament that I believe was out of oversight. I wish to urge the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Chair of the NCOP to consult Hansard and establish the consistency and the admissibility of the statements that were made by Honorable Leader of the EFF, Sello, Julius Malema, and Honorable Mente, wherein they called for the removal of the constitutionally established government of the day through extra-constitutional and unlawful action. I want to urge the presiding officers that the statement must be referred to the relevant committees of Parliament, the Rules Committee, and their conduct be referred to the Ethics Committee of Parliament in order to establish whether this is in keeping with the oath of office of members, but also to establish whether that is my submission, Chair and Honorable Speaker. Lastly, the seriousness of these statements must also be verified. In the event there is seriousness of intent on the part of those who made the statements, Parliament must urge and join government to take the necessary lawful steps to make sure that anarchy is not let loose on the land. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sure the point is noted. It should be looked at. But Honorable Peggy, I saw your hand was up. Peggy got them.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I was rising on the fact that the matters which are being raised have happened yesterday. The time has passed. So the rules do not allow that. So let us close the matter, please. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I see Kokube's hand is up.
House Chair, I think it's quite important before people make lengthy speeches that you educate them on the rules. If the matter has passed, a member can't simply have drivel for 5 minutes and you don't stop them. That is against the rules, Speaker. That's against the rules. You should have ruled them out of order. Because unless there's somebody on the podium saying something problematic, the rules don't allow them to make their input now outside of the debate.
Honorable members, I do think that we need to be a bit more measured, a bit more tolerant. The matter raised by Honorable Makwetla was a point of privilege. And all I did was to listen to that, and I've already made a ruling that the matter will be looked at. Honorable members, the Speaker's list has been exhausted, and the President will provide a reply to the debate tomorrow. The joint sitting is now adjourned.
Viewers at home, as you can see, day 2 of the 2023 State of the Nation address has just been concluded, with members of all political parties represented in Parliament having been given an opportunity to respond to the President's State of the Nation address as it was delivered on the 9th of February 2023. Now, just to bring into focus the thematic areas for the joint debate that we've witnessed over the last 2 days, the State President delivered his annual State of the Nation address last week, and usually after the President has delivered his address, members of Parliament are given an opportunity, of course all parties that are represented in Parliament are given an opportunity to respond to the commitments that were made by the President, and also to reflect on the merits of what has been proposed or what is planned ahead for the year ahead. And of course, that platform is the joint debate that we have seen over the last 2 days. And it is also important for us to just reflect that the thematic areas that were discussed was not only the 2023 State of the Nation address. The President, of course, also made it clear in his address last week, over and above just recapping on the 4 critical areas of focus for the year ahead: load shedding, unemployment, poverty and the rising cost of living. Number 4, crime and corruption. The President also made a commitment. Of course, he outlined progress that has been made in implementing the commitments that he made in his 2022 State of the Nation address. And those commitments were, the commitment was to ensure faster growth through investment, through an investment drive. The second one was, of course, the economic reforms, which is still work in progress, work underway. And also number 3 was public employment programs, which the President also reported on, progress on. And of course, the last one was expanding the infrastructure